because, you know, honorable members, even them, their APP was not up to the required standards. So they need to come back. In fact, the time frame that we gave them has passed, including the Department of Women. So, but the Department of Women is us who said they must come back Friday. So with CGE, we'll have to check with them, Neliswa, because they must also come back so that they present that APP. I think, Nelly, it's important that you write to them, because remember, we'll be going on recess. So, and we haven't applied for any meeting during that recess period. So they have an obligation to come and present the report to Parliament before we go for recess. There won't be any meeting because the committee will be going to Germany from the 17th of June. So they must come and make that presentation, and that report must be 80 seats before that period of a recess. So with NYDA, there was the APP was fine. So there were no issues. I think those are the two reports that we need to finalize. The other bill of NYDA, now we are going to deal with it in the next term. This bill is a Section 75 bill. The Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities tabled the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, Bill B31, 2022. Hereafter referred to as the bill, as per the ATC number 191 of 29th November 2022. The bill was proposed as a Section 75. The explanatory summary of the bill and prior notice of its introduction was published in the Government Gazette number 46991 of 30 September 2022. The bill having been introduced and referred to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities of the National Assembly was also referred to the joint tagging mechanism for classification in terms of Joint Rule 160. Subsequently, the JTM in terms of Joint Rule 166 classified the following bill as a Section 75 bill, ATC 12, 9 February 2023. On the 28th February 2023, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the State Law Advisor briefed the committee on the bill. Subsequently to that, the committee decided to call for public inputs or submissions on the bill. The call for public submissions was opened on the 16th of April 2023 and closed on the 19th of May 2023. The call for submissions was published, honorable members, in all official languages in a range of national and regional regional newspapers. Isolezwe, elesiXhosa, die Berger in, yeah, die Berger. Yeah, Africans, that one is Africans newspaper. Isolezwe is ngesiZulu, City Press, bese Free State Sun, Sesotho, Thembisile Hani News, isiNdebele, Ngoho News, is it Ngoho or G? Is it a Q or a G, this one? Ngoho News, which is Chivenda. Tavella News, Isipedi, Business Inc., Kasitswana, Bushbuck News, Chonga, Coal City, Swat. So these were the newspapers and the newsrooms where we did publish our bill. The advert was also placed on Parliament's website. To this end, the public were able to submit an online submission, email and or request an opportunity to make an oral presentation, which is what they are going to do today, making oral presentation. And I'm sure all those that submitted to the committee and those that requested an opportunity to make oral representation, they were granted. I think there were others that the submissions were late. I'm not sure for now how we're going to deal with it. It's food for thought. Honorable members can guide the chair. But it should be noted that based on the technical nature and content of the bill, the committee did not expect many submissions, notwithstanding that submissions came from a range of individuals and organizations. And as such, the committee received 10 submissions via the online platform and 38 via email. And a total of 48 submissions were submitted by 19 May 2023. In addition, 5 submissions were submitted after the closing date as follows. 2 submissions were received on 20 May 2023, which honorable members will guide the chair on how to deal with it. 1 submission was received on the 21st May 2023. 2 were received on the 22nd May 2023. 1 organization that submitted on the 22nd of May 2023 requested to make an oral submission. "13 organizations and 4 individuals requested an opportunity to make oral presentations on the bill. Hence, a total of 17 oral submissions and the public hearings are held today. The objective of the public hearings is to solicit public and civil society views on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill that has been referred to the Portfolio Committee. Presenters have been allocated 10 minutes to present, and members would have 5 minutes thereafter to pose questions to for clarity. Furthermore, presenters are free to present in any of the official languages. The committee appreciates and welcomes the inputs and looks forward to the engagement with interested parties. So I thought that this is important, that I need to present to you, honorable members and our guests, so that everyone, we are on the same page. I know that sometimes there are other organizations that maybe due to what they would have presented to the portfolio committee, and honorable members will have interest to ask more and more questions. But my request is that we should also mind our time so that we are done today with all the organizations that are coming to make oral submissions. Honorable members are free and you are welcome to ask or to ask the chair to maybe if there's something that you want to raise to the presenter, you are free to do it. The chair will note you so that you ask whatever what the person is presenting that you don't understand, so that that person can clarify whatever she's presenting at that time. But we will follow our culture on how do we conduct our meetings, so that no member will be suppressed by the chair. Every member, the chair will give an opportunity for every member to engage with the presenters for as long as you wish. But please don't prolong and dwell on one thing, because you'll be taking other members' time. And I'm happy that you are here, the interpreter for Mamkaula, and those members that and then Honorable Carol is writing exams. So her apology is accepted because she did submit her timetable I think before she started her exams. So we know and her dates, when is she writing exams. So we have granted her that permission. So that is the only member for now. Honorable Stay wrote to the chair that she missed her flight yesterday. And she was coming from another public hearing of another committee where she's serving. So I wrote back to her that she can join us late, maybe get another flight, or she can make arrangements with Neliswa. So other members who requested the chair to give them the link, the chair declined that request. Members are expected to be here fully. And thank you very much, honorable members. We can now go straight to item number what? So your political parties must know that you do attend meetings or you don't attend meetings, especially when it's we're dealing with serious issues. Every meeting is serious, but this one of the gender-based violence bill is more serious than others. So honorable members that are not here, who will want to tell us other things, on time, and members don't have excuse not to be part of this meeting. Maybe, in fact, others, I must write to your parties that other members don't attend meetings. and give them the attendance registers on how many times have you attended meetings and how many times have you been absent. Because I think your organizations, your parties don't know whether you're attending or you're not attending. Amanye nje ama-apology yenza ukuthi ayisele. The first person that was supposed to make a presentation is the chair of CGE. Nithi yini reason?
She indicated that good morning, Chairperson and members. She indicated that she will arrive in Cape Town around 9:30 and rush to the venue. So I'm going to call her again and check, because I did try to call her earlier on. Her phone was off. I'll try and call her now. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nelly. The second person who's supposed to make a presentation is Ella Mangisa Litalabantu from the Western Cape.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, morning.
My name is Natsai Chakaprawa and I'll be representing Miss Ella Mangisa from Ilitalabantu.
Oh, okay, yeah, and Nelisa did inform me. Yeah?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you are free to make your presentation. Just wait for a few minutes. I want Nelisa to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Chair.
you are there, so we can continue. No, thank you very much, Ella. So let's start by introducing ourselves as honorable members, because you don't know us, ne?
Yes.
So the chair thinks you know all of us, and you don't know all of us.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And next to me here, I have Kashifa. Kashifa is our committee content advisor. And then we have Uneliswa. Uneliswa is the lady who just went out to check on the chairperson. Yeah, here she comes. She's our committee secretary. And then we have our two researchers, Tasnim. Tasnim is our researcher specializing on youth issues. We have Christelle. Christelle is our committee researcher specializing on issues of women, youth, women and persons with disabilities. And then we have Mr. Mvaba. Mr. Mvaba is our committee coordinator. The gentleman who was sitting here, he just went out because he's the one who's also checking other guests who are coming to make presentations. We have Miss Landu Yoli. Yoli is from our communications division. And then KPMG, am I right? PMG. Oh, okay, not KPMG. You're not doing the audits. Okay, he's from here in Parliament. And then I have Konjuban Ikameneswo. Yeah, Sibusiso Benkotle Sibongo Sakho. Sibusiso Sithole, Mr. Sibusiso Sithole is one of the interpreters of Parliament. So you'll be here for the whole day. I can talk relieve. And then after one, what will happen? So it's a super. So your office must sort it out. Mam Kawula must have an interpreter for the whole day until we finish. Yeah. Okay, I can now hand over to honorable members. Let's start with you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to your good self, honorable members and all members present today. My name is Fikile Masiko. I am a member of this portfolio committee from the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Chair, can we also please request for those that are controlling the aircon to just also.
Yeah, it's support.
Yeah, it's too important. Some of us still have the flu. Thank you.
Nelly. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Sharif.
Good morning. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of this committee from Gauteng.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to everyone. My name is Nomsata Belamachesi. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Nginibingelele Chair, members of the portfolio committee and nabazeketha igama lami ngu-MS Khawula, ngiyabonga. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members and our guests, our officials. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee.
Morning, Chairperson and members and everybody present. My name is Bonnie Marekwa. Thank you.
Oh, so, okay. Honorable members, yesterday we received sad news with the passing of Honorable Tina Jumat. And my apologies, I was supposed to have started with it. Can we stand and just for a moment of silence, honorable members? May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Tina Jumat was one of the chairpersons. She was the chair of police and what? Police, ne? But also she's a senior member of the ANC. She is serving as a National Executive Committee member and National Working Committee member in the ANC. But also I was serving with her in the National Executive Committee of the ANC Women's League. And now also I was serving with her in the National Task Team of the ANC Women's League and the National Working Task Team of the ANC Women's League. And all of us were preparing for our National Conference of the ANC Women's League. And she was also contesting one of the positions for the upcoming conference. So we are deeply hurt and saddened by her death, because we never expected that Tina can leave us so soon. May his soul rest in peace. Can we continue, honorable members, with the introduction, especially from the guests that are here in the house. We'll start with you, Adele. Our Adele is representing.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Adla Arnold and I am from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Nondumiso Molunga. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. My name is Mandla Neku. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Portfolio Committee members, Civic Society. My name is Lutwe Nkomo. I'm the advisor to the Office of the President of Ilitala Bantu, Ms. Mandi Samonyan Nakali, also assuming the position of the stakeholder coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Natsai Chakapfava. I am the Senior Legal Advisor at Ilitala Bantu. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of Parliament, members of the committee. Good morning, members of society. My name is Simnikiwe Mabuye. I am the legal advisor at Ilitala Bantu.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. The name is Nogukanya Ngwenya. I'm from the BMF. I am chairing the Women Empowerment Desk.
Thank you very much, honorable members and our guests. Can we then now start with Ilitala Bantu?
Good morning, distinguished guests. I would also like to again acknowledge the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of this Portfolio Committee, members of Parliament, and our deepest condolences to the family of the late Honorable Ms. Tina Jomat Petersen, members from the civil society, and all the distinguished guests. Ilitala Bantu welcomes the opportunity to comment on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill. A little bit about Ilitala Bantu. Ilitala Bantu was established in 1989, and it is a social justice community organization based in Guguletu Township, Cape Town, with a specific focus on addressing violence against women, children, vulnerable groups, and supporting those affected by it. Ilitala Bantu finds its resolve and strength to comment on this bill because of some of the following reasons. One, Ilitala Bantu provides psychosocial services in the form of individual and family counseling, providing emergency accommodation for women and their children who are affected by gender-based violence and femicide. Ilitala Bantu also provides legal and policy and advocacy services in the form of advising and supporting survivors and victim families who are navigating the criminal justice system as a result of gender-based violence and femicide. Ilitala Bantu provides educational and outreach services in townships and rural communities in order to meet the needs of communities affected by high levels of violence and limited socioeconomic opportunities, especially for women in both townships and rural areas. Our fourth, perhaps, reason why we are also finding this resolve would be we are a provider of community nutrition and development services, and we also provide skills training, empowerment, and capacity building workshops within these marginalized communities. And these services are easily accessible to gender-based violence and femicide survivors, victim families, and the broader community. We therefore believe that we are relevant stakeholders, and we thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair, to comment at the highest platform in the country. Now, our submission on the National Council on the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill.
The organization welcomes the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill that is aimed at establishing a multidisciplinary council that will coordinate and guide the country's response to gender-based violence and femicide in the country. It is clear that the problem of gender-based violence in South Africa is a serious one that requires urgent action, and the proposed National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide could be an important step in addressing this issue, and we welcome the opportunity to comment as this bill is still undergoing revisions and consultations. We take cognizance that the bill seeks to establish a National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide comprised of representatives from various government departments, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders, and will be responsible for coordinating and monitoring the country's response to gender-based violence and femicide. Our submission would be starting with the introduction of the bill in sections 1 and 2. While the bill proposes to establish the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which will be responsible for developing a national strategic plan to prevent and combat gender-based violence and femicide, as well as monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the plan, we are concerned that the bill is precisely a machination for the administration of the council. It appears insufficient to be used as a foundation for creating other laws, which are very important for the promotion of the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. While the current laws seem to be sufficient on paper, there is need for this council to be empowered to have input on the formation of laws, remedies, and sanctions for any gender-based violence matter. One of the challenges with the current laws is that they are not always effectively enforced due to a variety of factors, and as such, perpetrators of gender-based violence and femicide usually do not face the full consequences for their actions, which can lead to a lack of deterrence, which we see every day. The perpetrators always find loopholes in the criminal justice system, which they use to their advantage, and it is a critical area that we had hoped the bill would zone in and address such challenges. Another issue is that the bill must address the laws that may not be comprehensive enough to address the full scope of gender-based violence and femicide. The bill must be a platform we submit to address not only legal measures, but also efforts to change societal attitudes and norms. I will give one example where the organization has been working on. We launched a bail conditions campaign wherein we advocate for the right of a complainant to be given a copy of the bail conditions. That is, if a perpetrator is given bail in gender-based violence and femicide matters. Ideally, we would want the perpetrators of gender-based violence not to receive bail, and this is just but one example where we feel the bill should have the capacity of refining and tuning some of the laws that will greatly improve the service to complainants of gender-based violence and femicide. We also would like to submit on the establishment of the gender-based council, which is section 3. The establishment of the council as a statutory body to provide strategic leadership on all matters of gender-based violence and femicide, while important, we believe and we submit is not the most important issue, as there already exist statutory bodies that have been established who are at par with what the Gender-Based Violence Council seeks to do. For example, Section 9 institutions have a mandate to strengthen constitutional democracy by ensuring that the constitutional obligations are met, including oversight on the executive and judiciary system, and I mean criminal justice system in particular. The council will be taking away capacity we submit in terms of funding, which can actually be channeled to the existing structures and equip them. Our justice system is already severely burdened, our courts, our South African police services, which has now led to a lack of trust within these institutions. So careful consideration must be done, Chair, so that resources are not wasted on duplication of duties between the proposed council and the Chapter 9 institutions like the Commission for Gender Equality or the South African Human Rights Commission, who are tasked with an oversight role. Our submission now on section 4, which are the objectives of the council. The council's role of facilitating role over gender-based violence matters will not give the council powers to effectively address real issues, even if it is a multi-sectoral approach facilitation. The council must be capacitated with the authority to enforce compliance in order to address gender-based violence successfully. This will also aid even in the funding, in the training, and in the capacity building of stakeholders, especially the NPOs and the CBOs, who are always at the front line and of fighting gender-based violence. So we feel the bill can actually enable education and awareness campaign funding, as well as community-based interventions that aim to prevent gender-based violence before it occurs. Most civil society and stakeholders are at the forefront of raising awareness in communities, but with very little resources. We further submit on the functions of the council, which is dealt with in terms of section 5 of the bill. The council we submit seems not to be given mandatory powers to advise the minister on relevant issues of gender-based violence and femicide matters. The council must be empowered to call out and set standards for effectively curbing gender-based violence in all its forms. Furthermore, the council's reporting to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability places the council in a peculiar position of having to hold this department accountable should matters arise. Now to section 6, which is the board of the council. We submit that the bill seems to be discriminatory in nature in terms of the women consisting of 80% of the board. While appreciation is made of women from all spaces spearheading gender-based violence and femicide, thereby promoting the empowerment of women, the bill we submit fails to advocate for the promotion of gender equality and excludes men who are qualified and who play important roles in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. We also submit that the bill should not set targets that excludes other persons in terms of its composition. We also submit in terms of section 12, which is the removal from
Repeat what
office.
you just said. Go back to, you said the bill is what?
Section 6, Chair.
Before that, there was something you said. She was saying what?
Okay. Oh, okay. We believe that the bill should not set targets that exclude other persons in terms of its composition. So persons with disability, persons belonging to LGBTQ plus persons. Thank you, Chair. We will also submit on the removal from office, which is dealt with in terms of section 12. We submit that matters concerning gender-based violence are serious in nature, such that the board and the minister must have express powers to deal with non-compliance by members, especially those that will not hold the ethos and the values of the council. The bill must set a clear and precise sanction by the minister should this happen. In conclusion, Chair, Ilita Labantu acknowledges that the prevalence of violence of all forms of abuse on women, children, and the vulnerable is not a uniquely South African problem, but a worldwide epidemic. It therefore welcomes the attempts to rectify where there has been a failure to properly implement strategies in addressing the violence in our society, and we will promote the advancement of the implementation of the national strategy against gender-based violence and femicide. I thank you.
Thank you very much. At least you manage your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Exactly, Jay. Thank you very much, Ilisa Labantu, for your presentation. Any clarity seeking question, honorable members? At least they have included, Bona, the issue of the bill not excluding persons with disabilities and LGBTQAI plus, A+ communities. Okay, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and I think we must warmly appreciate and receive the submissions that have been made. I just want to go back on the issue of the targets that are excluding or maybe seem to be in essence excluding other parties of interest, which is the LGBTI, as you have noted. I don't know, Chair, maybe is the submission saying we must include a target that is specifically worded in terms of, it's just that I don't have the submission and I'm not looking at it. So that's why I'm going to request you to expand on that one item, that if you're saying that the target is excluding in its nature, is it the wording, or are you requesting for an inclusion of certain paragraphs that will be specific in relation to the wording that will accommodate all the interested and affected parties that you are speaking about? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's also unfortunate that I don't have the bill with me, but from the wording itself in the bill, it says, if I remember correctly, that it's going to be consisting of 80% women on the board. So we do believe that this is discriminatory, because the women that have been, that must be consisting of 80% of this board. The bill seems to exclude other people, such as the males that we have talked about and other members. So when it specifically talks of women and excluding other type of people that may actually be affected, that is why we feel that this provision perhaps needs to be revised. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think, Chair, if we can just a little bit add in there, we're more focusing on that session to say it. We got a movement in the country that have been pushed by those men who are saying not in our name. It kind of going to leak there to say, let's not take this kind of sectors away. Let's bring them on board as well in order for us to be able to deal with this crisis. It's a matter of just looking at the structures as well within that 80% to go up.
Yeah, I can read for honorable members what does the bill says. It says in number 6, the board must consist of not more than 13 members, with 80% women, 55 representation, comprising 7 persons from civil society organizations, 1 representative from each of the following organs of state. But I think, Nina, you are talking about 6 subsection 1. I get that's how we read it. I get that's why you are raising your concern, ne?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. All right.
So thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I do have a follow-up that there is a set number of 80% women. In your submission, do you have an alternative proposal in terms of percentage of women versus men and other groups? Or you are just saying that the 80% must not be a target altogether, you know? Maybe we might find ourselves with a board probably of 13 and you'll find 11 men and only 2 women, probably through, because you'd find that you are having 7 from civil society organizations, and maybe those 7 civil society organizations will propose members of men. So is there an alternative a percentage or set figure that you are proposing, or you are just saying that we scrap it out altogether? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I thank you for your question, Honorable Member. We do not have a set target to say we must scrape the 80% to a particular amount, to a particular percentage. Nor do we state in our submission that from the 7 public committee members, there's going to be 5 male, 2 females, or vice versa. However, what we are submitting is that the 80% be looked at to ensure that as much as we are ensuring the protection of women and children, and the gender-based violence is solely focused most of the time on them. However, we look both ways, because there are men who are affected by gender-based violence who are silent because most of our acts do not speak to them, but they speak to the female. So what we're trying to submit is that the percentage of the committee members should look at ensuring that all sides are protected, not saying we want to suppress the women, and ensuring that their force is felt by having them more in the committee, more members of them in the committee, but just to ensure that the balance of equations is equal. I thank you.
Okay. Yeah. What you were just saying now is important, so that you don't just raise things and you don't come up with a solution or your proposal. What is your expectation? If you say you don't want 80%, then what are you proposing? Yeah. So if you were leaving it to us only, now we can just give what we know which is adequate and fair, but yeah. And you see, we're dealing with these issues every day. So it's important that when you propose, you're raising something, you come with your proposal. I'm sure even other organizations, they are listening, so that when they are talking to up certain clauses or points, they should come up with solutions. They must not just present to the committee and Tina will come up with our own things.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair. We have noted, and I think if you can give us some time, we can go back and maybe if time still permits, we can give you the numbers.
Already you have made your presentation, your representation, that you need it to be fair and balanced.
I think,
And it must not exclude other people.
Yeah, that's a solution.
Man, when we motivated my daughter.
No, Chair, I think Chair is a historical background of the organization.
Yeah,
Participating in the first conference, second conference, we must not leave them behind.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, thank you very much, Ilita Labantu, and you made it your time. You didn't waste our time. Thank you very much for your submission. You can stay if you want to listen to other presentations. It's okay. Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, your apology of being late is not accepted. Is declined because we informed you that, so for us, that is not an apology. Flights, what, asithathile, because bokufane kulale Cape Town, so that you can be early for today. So, ithuba ilakho manje. Kufanele uze la. Oh, yeah, it's okay, Chair. You can start. Vulang Mike.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. I couldn't sleep over. We had a CGE family meeting yesterday, which ended very late, where we were just addressing people on different things. Sorry about that. I apologize.
Okay.
All right. In 2018 Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide declaration for the development of the national made a declaration for the development of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the NSP, set in motion an establishment of the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The NSP on GBV is one of the government strategies to tackle the scourge of GBV in South Africa. The strategy has 10 years, a 10-year cycle which started in 2020 and will end in 2030 with an evaluation in terms of impact, and was developed in 2019 by the Interim Committee on GBV and F. The NSP provides a multi-sectoral, coherent strategic policy and programming framework to strengthen and coordinate national responses to the GBV issue and the country at large. The NSP pillars include accountability, coordination, and leadership as the first pillar, prevention and rebuilding social cohesion as the second, justice, safety, and protection as the third, response, care, support, and healing as the fourth. The fifth is economic empowerment, and the last one, number 6, is research and information system. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill is a significant milestone in the establishment of the multi-sectoral national coordination structure of the GBV, as this has been a major setback in the country's attempts to strengthen accountability and address GBV. However, there are existing initiatives that have over the years tried to address this. The CGE is one of them. Several portfolio committees as such, and the departments, government departments as such, your SAPs, sorry, Chair, SAPs, Department of Health, Department of Basic Education, Department of Justice, Department of Correctional Services, and Department of Social Development. GBVF impacts on every aspect on life that it predominantly affects women and girls disproportionately. It is a systemic issue that is entrenched in all communities, workplaces, culture, and tradition in South Africa. And there's a need for concerted efforts by all key role players in our country to address that. And this is just but one of those efforts. However, this particular effort, the council has got to be looked at, lauded, but looked at critically. The CGE's comments on the aspects of the bill are as follows. General use of terminology in the bill that talks about may rather than must. We therefore are proposing that if the bill goes through, some of the words that are may must actually be must to give it strength. But we also know that the word must also is double-pronged in the sense that once it is must, it becomes a duty on all parties to act on it. So the council cannot come back and justify its inaction in the work that it plans to undertake. It is proposed that the word may be replaced by must, by shall, as I have already explained. The second issue that we are raising is a definition of gender-based violence. In respect of the definition, the CGE notes that the bill defines femicide as the killing of female persons or perceived female persons, which actually is very limited when you look at what the Domestic Violence Amendment Act of 2021 defines. It is very comprehensive, and we suggest that that definition be lifted as is from the Domestic Violence Amendment Act to be put into the bill. And once it talks about female person or persons perceived as female, it excludes all the other gender identities that have been recognized by the Constitution. So even that terminology there has got to be addressed. Thirdly, it is therefore important to recognize that if femicide is defined to include a domestic relationship, there are existing elements in the domestic relationship that may amount to gender-based violence, which the bill does not address. These elements have not been included in the proposed definition of gender-based violence in this bill. These include, amongst others, harassment and sexual harassment as defined in the Domestic Violence Act. Again, we suggest that the bill lift those definitions from the Domestic Violence Act as is, because they are very comprehensive and recognize harassment and sexual harassment in a domestic relationship as a form of gender-based violence. National Strategic Plan. The Commission recommends that the concept to be clearer and read as follows. The National Strategic Plan refers to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide developed by the Interim Strategic Committee led by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. As it stands now, it says Interim Strategic Committee and does not locate it anywhere. And we actually feel that the effort that has been put by that department is actually not amplified as it stands. Then section 4 is our next point, objectives of the council. The objectives of the council are to facilitate a coordinated and structured multi-sectoral approach between relevant stakeholders for the prevention and elimination and response to gender-based violence and femicide. In light of the fact that GBVF is considered a pandemic in South Africa, what is more concerning is that the council appears to be playing a facilitative role in implementing the NSP. As a result, if the council does not have specific powers or does not have specific programs that it will undertake, it may not be able to compel any structure or entity to comply with any aspirations contained in the NSP. And we do know that some of the structures that have got programs are government departments. So it is important that those powers are clarified. Is the council going to call on government departments to account to it? What does it mean? What does it mean in terms of the powers of those government departments? If not, it needs to be addressed. In 2018, after the first summit, departments realigned their positions to respond to the calls from the summit. And as a result, almost each and every department was expected and demanded of to streamline gender-based violence programs in their departments and APPs. In fact, this is where the myth of the 1.6 billion came, because departments reported to presidency and said, we have set aside 1.6 billion worth of interventions in our plans. So there is something that is being done. So where does the council fit in all of that? Notably, the bill states that one of the objectives of the council—
Advocate, I want you to speak on the thing, what you're saying now. Go back to it, because I didn't hear you clearly or properly. You know, I don't want you to pass if I didn't hear you correctly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't mind. In 2018, after the first summit, the president called on all government departments to say you have got in your APP to set aside something or to show your response actions, your response plans towards gender-based violence. And government departments came back and said, I will do this, it's worth so much. I will do this, it's worth so much. And all in all, it totaled to that famous 1.6 billion that people thought there was 1.6 billion that was going to be given away towards the work of, whereas there was no money that was going to be given away, but it was rather government departments pledging from their programs and costing those pledges. So a lot of the government departments have streamlined GBV work anyway. So I was saying, then what does it mean? Because they have got reporting structures and reporting mechanisms. Are they going to double report to the council, or what then is going to happen? Where does the council fit?
Meaning government departments,
Yes.
are they going to report to the council in terms of the NSP?
Yes, because they're saying they're facilitating and coordinating, because once you facilitate and coordinate, you submit reports. But the status of that submission has got to be clarified. You're submitting as for your information, or you're submitting to account to a power that can actually have what sanctions over you. What will you be submitting as?
If I may ask, because I've just interjected you. Yes. Remember, government departments, when it started, the issue of the resources, they are role-playing departments. Yes.
Yes.
Social development, police, justice, and others.
Yes.
And in terms of how public money is managed by departments, all of them is PFMA.
Yes.
And they are accountable to Parliament.
Yes.
Government departments are accountable to Parliament.
Yes.
With their resources, the resources that they are allocated for. Yes. So with your presentation, according to the current setup, what do we want to get from you as CGE? What are you saying? Are you saying government departments must be accountable to the council, or government departments must continue? Because you can't ask us, you can't raise issues and then you don't tell us what are you proposing as CGE? Because where I'm seated, I don't think government departments will go and account to the council.
Yes.
They must come and account to Parliament.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so maybe if you can help us there.
I think I'm raising exactly that, but raised it as a question to say you need to have a body. Once it says it coordinates or it facilitates, the powers of that body have got to be clear to say how far it goes. When they facilitate, are they going to say, bring your reports here to everybody, including the 49% government representation, or it's just going to be the 51% representation that they will be having from civil society? Because the reporting structures and mechanisms of government are in the constitution, and for that you have to change the constitution to interfere with any reporting systems. Okay. Thanks. Notably, the bill states that one of the objectives of the council is to ensure the establishment and maintenance of a platform for sharing of information and best practices on the prevention of and response to gender-based violence and femicide. This is largely the function of GCIS, Government Communication Information Systems, unless persuading reasons exist for these platforms to be established and maintained outside the GCIS to save resources. This function should be ordinarily be left to the GCIS. Government is already investing quite a lot, and if there are any challenges with regards to the reach and depth of the GCIS, that has got to be communicated to the GCIS rather than establishing a structure that says there will be a platform for information. For an example, GCIS has got access to radio stations. One of the radio stations, Ukhozi FM, has got a 7.7 million listenership. It is one of the biggest radio stations in the world and the biggest in the continent. And that is part of what GCIS should be able to use as its tool. For any other structure to come from outside, that structure is going to have to pay to get airtime, and it will not be endless airtime. So those are some of the things that it needs to be looked at. Section 5 talks about the functions of the council. The bill states that the council must develop an action plan. We as the CGE are asking, what then is the role of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability? Why we are asking this question is because it is them who developed the NSP together, but leading civil society as it should happen. But now they are saying the council must develop an action plan and run with it. What then would be their role? It's almost like, you develop a blueprint and you give it to somebody, you pay them and they run with it and they set up a very elaborate structure to do what you ought to be doing in terms of some of your roles. Unless maybe one is not very clear about that. Section 6 talks about the board of council.
Hey, yeah,
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Okay. The board of council, I can see Lita Labantu has already raised the issue of 13%. We agree with that. It has got to be looked at, but not only that, to also look at the 51% representation of civil society and 49% representation of government when it would be government who is providing the funds. So it would be a double-pronged, a double dipping of sorts, if one can say that. It is already known that departments like the Department of Social Development, for example, is spending up to 5 billion. Obviously, it's not only GBV organizations, but 5 billion that it dishes out to civil society organizations. Some of those are actually focusing on GBV. So how is it going to happen then? Some chunk is going to be taken to be given to council to dish out, or how is it going to happen? Because there is a government structure that is doing it, that has got mechanisms, that has got reporting and accountability norms that they have to observe. So that needs to be clarified. Furthermore,
When you need to tell us the answer. But in terms of your proposal, what are you saying? Are you saying the funds must be managed by government, or you are saying the funds must be managed by the council?
The funds are already there, already being managed by government.
So you say they must remain there?
Yes, they must remain there. There's no need for those funds to be removed. But when you look at the structure of the council is going to be made up of some NGOs. And out of those, then you have a body that will run with the funding of that. So which means the same group is going to be player and referee, because it is people with NGOs in this sector who will be part of the leadership of the council. And therefore it continues to make it, present a disadvantage for those small NGOs in the far-flung corners of the country that have got a bigger impact than some of the urban NGOs that are not going to be considered, because the people who will be controlling the purse strings will be the ones in the urban areas, will be the ones who said, we started with this process in 2018 and therefore we deserve to be in front. In fact, it is a fact that in 2018, a lot of people ran and registered organization with the envisaging the 1.6 billion that was regarded as due to be coming out.
I see them nodding. But I'm just wondering if they are not also classified as one of those urban NGOs or urban civil society organizations. But I think it makes sense what the chairperson is saying, and it's something that the department must also note and try and work around. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, in other words, you're saying there won't be fairness in terms of distribution of the funds to other smaller NGOs. That's what you're saying. Okay.
And for structural reasons, will they be able to write proper proposals? Who will be looking at them, and what interest will that person have? You know, so it's all those things that need to be unpacked. When you look at the 49% of government departments that are included there, economic cluster is not included, yet Pillar 5 talks about economic power. You know, so that in itself is a compromised situation where they are looking at a reactive process rather than building, because we all know that part of why gender-based violence continues is actually the compromised position of the victim that the victims find themselves in most cases, a financial position.
So CGE is not agreeing with the 5149.
It's not agreeing with the 5149, definitely, because there is a 100% structure that is in place. We need to give that structure feedback. We need to reorganize it. But that 100% structure, by the way, social development has itself agreed that part of the money that they dish out to organizations, the organizations are unable to account for it. So how are we going to make sure that these players and referees are actually going to account effectively?
Yeah, in fact, what you're saying, in the summit, the GBV summit last year, we had Minister Zulu,
yes,
from social development, complaining that they are they're funding some of the NGOs, and those NGOs are not accounting for the funds that they've been allocated for. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you look again at the departments that the council says will be part of the 49, they are talking about Department of Justice. They're not talking about the magistracy. They're not talking about the entire judiciary. They're not talking about the NPA. And that the most of the problems lie in the individual layers of what makes up the Department of Justice. So there's got to be more representation there rather than less representation, or one person from Department of Justice representing all of them. The damage that is being done in the courts is actually not going to be known or intervened upon.
Okay.
I don't know how much time I have, Chair. Okay, I've already spoken about the NGOs that are actually part of the structure that is being set up. We talk about proposed members of the board, that they should be upstanding, etc. We support the fact that it should actually be a 6-month period where everybody is checked. In fact, we keep talking about the checks and balances that happen in Parliament when you vet your commissioners and others, such that should be the process that is actually followed, that is rigorous, because as you know, the culture of South Africa sometimes is such that if you want easy money set up a community-based organization. Sorry, Chair. And then there is also about some of the members of the board may be government employees. This is irregular. Government doesn't allow it because it says they will be members of the board, government employees. And then the interesting thing is, if they are members of the board of that council, how then do they sit in and provide oversight on the government departments that some of them will be working for? You know, when you're working for DSD, how then do you become a board member of this structure, and the minister or some senior person of DSD comes and accounts to you, or seeks advice from you, or you sponsor advice towards them? So it's a bit of a incestuous kind of situation that we feel has got to be looked at, and maybe government employees be removed altogether if it ends up with the council being set up. We also talk about.
Chair, thank you very much. I want to go back to what the chairperson is saying, in saying that government does not allow a situation where the board itself will also be composed of government. Is that what we are saying?
Yes.
That from the 13 members,
yes,
the other representatives that will be coming from the organs of state ought not to be sitting on the board.
Yes.
So now my question is, who then must, so it should be civil society organizations in totality?
No, I don't think it should be civil society organizations in totality, but I think it should be certain government departments that are not necessarily included in the 49%. It's just that if it ends up with that being the 49%, it's going to be the same person, because it's most probably going to be the experts in their government departments who are pulled to come this side to be part of the board, who your own program, you're bringing it, is just that it's somebody either higher than you or lower than you to come and present to you. So how do you become referee and player? Yes. Thanks. Section 18 says funds of the council. The funds of the council consist of monies appropriated by Parliament for this purpose, donations or contributions received from any source. Who will oversee this? This is what we are asking, because once you are civil society and you have written a proposal, or you are a structure that is 51% civil society, and you write a proposal asking for money, it is very, very easy for you in your board to actually vote for a resolution that all monies that have been sourced that are outside of government don't have to be disclosed to government. Yet you have actually said to government, give me your responsibility. Let me implement it. I will do it more efficiently. I will be able to do this. But it's very easy. With a 51%, it just becomes a power game, that monies will come in and government will not be able to ask for the council to account. That is why that 51-49 is actually critical. Unless council is going to be purely a partnership where government participates, but they go out and look for their money and they work in the space to make things better for women. Because if we know we all do need that. But once it becomes a council that is ratified by government, it needs to be looked at a bit carefully. Okay, then section 12 says removal from office. The minister may report a member from office on the grounds that misconduct in a capacity or incompetence on the grounds of for being absent from 3 consecutive meetings and for a whole lot of other reasons. And this has got to be informed, the minister has got to be informed on this by the CEO. So are we saying we're going to have a CEO of the council having access to a government minister? And what then is this animal, the council? Is it a SOE of a government department, or what is it? Because it's the minister who will be able to remove members, or they will be reported there. For example, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is huge. Will the minister have space to oversee another structure? Why not NSP be implemented from within the department? After all, it is an initiative led by that department. Oh, I forgot the important part.
Chair, I don't think it's clear. Chair, I don't think the proposal of CGE is coming out clear on this one. Yes, the chairperson is identifying some weaknesses in it, but it's not clear what the next proposal is on the better model that should that is probably going to be more workable.
The model that we as the CGE propose is that we go back to the drawing board, we relook at what the existing structures, where and how they are failing, if they are failing. For example, the CGE. The CGE, as I have already pointed out in this committee, has got 70 members, 10 or 11 or so commissioners, 20 administration, and 30 out of the 106 staff members that we have serving nationally. And why we cannot grow and expand is because the budget that we have is very limited. Why then set up another structure to look at an area, one area that several other government departments are already tackling, instead of beefing up and supporting all of those organizations? Our mandate, the mandate of the Human Rights Commission, is clear that this is part of what we should be doing. But as you know, our mandate is larger. So we do welcome any other intervention, but that intervention cannot be at the cost of allocations to ourselves.
Thank you, Chair. Follow up. Now that is the elephant in the room, Chairperson, because I thought I was not hearing you correctly in relation to your support for the establishment of the council altogether.
Okay.
Now I think I've captured you correctly, and yeah, thank you, Chair.
If I may ask, Chairperson, what about the SANAC model?
Chair, I'm not too familiar with the SANAC model, but I think all the issues that I have raised have got to be looked at. Is it efficient in terms of disbursing funds to the right organization? What is the impact of SANAC at the end of the day in terms of the initial objectives that they have? And will it be copied and pasted? Because this is not a SANAC model. This is a CGE stroke Human Rights Commission Act, if you can look at it. You see, there's going to be a chairperson, there's going to be a deputy chairperson. The pomp and ceremony that comes with those things sometimes, as you know, you're always fighting with us to say, we don't want to hear that, we want work. And here we are setting up yet another. Thanks.
I don't know who's the chair. through the empty chair. I just want to, because for me, I think I think as a party, we are in agreement with what you're saying, because we believe that with the current structures, I think we have to, beef up what is already there, which is the department as well as CGE, and also the other bodies, different departments that are also responsible for CGE. Yeah. But it's actually interesting what you said. You mentioned that should this, the structure exist as a council, then you cannot have the different organs of state really playing a critical role within that council. I just want to find out, let's just say, for instance, if you were to think, if there is, I don't know myself, because I'm basically, on the tail end of this, so I'm not really sure what was the real reason for initiating this council. But I would wonder would you think from within the current departments, I know you're saying that maybe we shouldn't have the departments coming in, but within the departments, because I think the problem is the fact that every department works in silos and there is no correlation in terms of, trying to deal with the issue of GBVF. Yeah. So therefore, and also they are really don't seem to be really playing their part. I think that's exactly what you're saying, that they're not playing their part, their critical roles in terms of dealing with gender-based violence and femicide. Would you though consider an interministerial body whereby you have representatives from the different departments that play the role within that can actually have an impact on GBVF, and also to consider as well, I'm just thinking that we can maybe even have members of parliament being part of that, and then maybe incorporating members of the public. The reason why I'm saying that is that members of parliament and also ministers, they already have a budget. As I'm sitting here, if I need to be in a meeting, I already have flights. I don't have to put any financial stress in terms of your budget. So that goes also for the different department and, the ministers as well. So maybe could that be something that can be looked at? And because, it doesn't make sense. We're sitting here and we're saying in the first place that we don't even have money to bring people to come here and make submissions. And yet we want to have a body that will also be drawing out the finances, which we don't have. But they don't have finances, is a fact. But we have what we have identified many a times is the fact that the Department of Police is not doing its work adequately. The Department of Justice is not doing its work adequately. So you have all these different departments that are really having funding, but they're actually not pulling on their side, to fight this. So if it is, I don't know how much research has been done, and I don't know if in terms of, comparing other countries that are dealing with gender-based violence and femicide, if that research has been looked at to say, okay, the reason why we need this, because we've seen it works in this particular country. It has been able to, reduce the cases of gender-based violence. But let's say, for instance, maybe that kind of research has been done. But could it be that maybe if we look at an interministerial body that is already funded, as I said, so we don't need necessarily to fund that, but we can use that kind of expertise to be able to deal with gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think your question is very important. I think we are saying there is a role that government can play and government must play. However, the powers must be defined, because once your powers are already curtailed, yet you are the person who day one was given a mandate by the public to go forth and change their society, then there is a problem there. And when you say, okay, I'm going to outsource it, for a lack of a better word, to the following people, how then are you outsourcing to people whose power in that environment is greater than yours? Because they can at any time continue to take resolutions to actually further weaken you. But when you look at even the government departments that are there, it's about the reactive government departments who will forever be on a back foot, because where they go and you talk GBV, they're always on the defensive. You're not doing enough. You're not doing enough here. Whereas if you look at the economic cluster and others, the ball game changes altogether, because it's now like, say, let's have a different mindset to approach GBV. Then when you look at interministerial, yes, that is the kind of body that we could work, because interministerial would have that power to summon everybody, like, for example, the CGE from time to time has to come here. It's not a choice to report on what we're doing and are we doing enough, etc. But government departments, including the CGE and other C9s, we have not even scratched the surface. Our act says we can actually communicate with other government departments through their portfolio committees to achieve a bigger impact. We have not, at least as far as I've been at the CGE, not even gone to any single one. It goes further and says, us, Human Rights Commission and other C9s, at least once a year, we must meet with the president. None of us have hardly ever met with the president, because this is where we could actually be giving the president the feedback. Because how this happened was, I think for the first time, the president got raw feedback, the raw pain that people were experiencing out there, because we had failed when our laws, our instruments had actually allowed us to do that. It says you must meet the president, and we haven't, you know. So I think it's all those things. A ministerial body would actually be a very, very effective way. The stature, the power, the finances, the constitutional backing, the legislative backing that ministers have, it counts for something. Okay. Establishment of gender-based violence. Okay, I have spoken about that.
This side is only on honorable members, so our guest decided. Okay.
Part of the functions of Chapter 9 institutions like the CGE is to monitor GBV cases before the Justice Cluster and the judiciary. To this end, the Chapter 9 institutions engage the Department of Social Development, SAPS, DOJ, DSC, amongst others. Furthermore, CGE monitors GBV cases at lower and higher courts to determine whether fair trial principles are adhered to as in line with Section 34 of the Constitution. Similarly, Human Rights Commission is responsible to monitor the cases of the observance of human rights in the Republic. Arguably, this includes the monitoring of GBV cases, as it includes a violation of the right of human dignity and the right to life of survivors. The bill gives effect to Chapter 1 and 2 of the Constitution, which includes human dignity, equality, security of persons, and advancement of human rights. The Human Rights Commission is already tasked with the function to uphold and protect human rights. Moreover, the state is also clothed with the responsibility to give effect to Chapter 1 and 2 of the Constitution. Expressly, Section 7(2) of the Constitution says the state must ensure that the rights in the Bill of Rights are not violated and are protected. 9(4) specifies that if 9(3) by any chance is violated, 9(4) must recognize that as a violation. So there is that. There are notable similarities between the functions of the Council and existing Chapter 9 institutions. As such, it has no difference in principle from functions of the GBV Council. As a result, this in itself represents a replica of principle of the functions of both Human Rights Commission and the CGE. The above Chapter 9 institutions have a constitutional mandate, that one that has been created with specific intent to monitor the development of the South African democracy. Their independence has been cemented within the Constitution to enable it to hold state accountable in respect of obligations of all human rights in the Constitution. In contrast, the Council is to be established as a statutory body which on the face of it terms the bill does not enjoy the same independence as that of other Chapter 9 institutions. Moreover, Section 2 of the bill states that Council which acts through its board is responsible for providing strategic leadership on the elimination of GBV. There are existing government departments, as I have already mentioned in my other presentation. In addition, the monitoring and evaluation of implementation of the NSP by relevant stakeholders on a regular basis in terms of Section 5 of the bill can also be effected by the National Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation. There is a department that is being tasked with that. One of the things that worry me about planning, monitoring, and evaluation is how skills intense it is in terms of knowing what to do and how to do it. And you know, one wonders when Council says we will monitor impact and planning, how will they do it and evaluate programs? With what skill? If they do not have skill, does it mean they are going to go and get money from National Treasury or somewhere to buy those skills that exist in a department that we already are paying with taxpayers' money? In this regard, the CGE further submits that it notes that it is expressly stated in the bill that the Council may not be independent of the state. That to us is a contradiction in terms. You may not be independent, but you are going to oversee. So who are they in relation to Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and vice versa? Who are the department in relation to them? They say they're not independent. They are what? A section within the Department of Women, or who are they? Plus, this may hinder the Council's ability to hold the departments accountable for non-compliance with the NSP. In addition, the bill requires the Council to report directly to the Minister of Women. How will the Council hold the Department of Women, as I have already said? Even if it reports directly to the Presidency or Parliament, there are structures to that effect already. It's opening cracks to avoid taking responsibility. Department of Women is going to say it's not us, it's the Council. Council may say that's not us, it's CGE. CGE, it's not us, it's Human Rights Commission, and so will the cycle go. So will the cycle go. In conclusion, I would like to say the CGE welcomes the initiative to combat and respond to the current wave of GBV in the country. However, the bill presents practical challenges that may result in the Council not being able to fully achieve its objectives and the pillars of the NSP. These challenges need to be addressed, including addressing the duplications of functions of the Council. Lastly, there are questions. I suppose I was supposed to bring answers, but I would like to put them forward. Why did the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability initiate the NSP, if not to intervene on one of the issues relevant to their mandate? What about the more than 5 billion rands that I've already mentioned that is being dispersed without tangible accountability via the DSD? Why not National Treasury give public funds to a limited number of civil society why would National Treasury give public funds to a limited number of civil society organizations to distribute when those members have entities that are to be funded from this National Treasury allocation? So some people, as I've already mentioned, are going to be players and referee. Since when does the National Treasury give public funds to private individuals to set up a body to distribute funds with such little control? The bill, why I say little control, the bill has not said anything. They're just saying we will adhere to a National Treasury specifications. So far, all funds, businesses, funds from business, COVID funds, etc., disbursed by their respective departments, your NEF, IDC, and all of those are structures within government wholly accountable to government to disperse. Whereas here we're saying only 49% participation of government with 100% funding from government. Why is the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability not doing this? Because they are the custodian of the NSP. It's almost like a department that has staff and infrastructure and a mandate to do something, draws up a blueprint and then outsources the blueprint at a huge cost to the system whose accountability will be poor to implement and monitor a blueprint that is theirs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I couldn't stop you because it's us who was interjecting you most of the time. Yeah. Mam Kawula, yeah, the last one. Ngakhulu mama.
Ngibingelele Chair. Thanks Chair. Bengizocela nje although ngazi ukuthi le bill akuyona yabo. Khona la ngifuna engidideka khona ngifuna clarity. Lana lo 80% ku section 6 la ukhuluma khona ngo 80% ukuthi mase sikhuluma ngeinamba le ya body abantu besifazane ukuthi abantu abangaki okufanele babe khona just inamba yabo. Wama ubolo 80% ungathi number enkulu abantu abaningi. Ngiyabonga.
Yes. I think la it said 13 members.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is based on section 6. This is just a clarity seeking question. I'm aware that this question is not probably directed to you per se, but what I'm trying to find out is this 80% of women, in terms of numbers of the members who are supposed to form this council, what number is it? Thank you.
Thanks. Can I go? Okay, I think, looking at it in terms of my mathematics, it would be 10 members out of the 13 who are women, and then 3 will obviously be men. And that is why I think even Ili Talabantu has asked, what about people who belong to other groupings that are recognized in the Constitution that will be excluded as a result of this? Because once people come on board as a woman rather than a trans woman, then the agenda that they're bringing there is subsumed by the overall agenda. Whereas if they are specifically mentioned, if the LGBTQI community is mentioned, they are expected to participate, to represent specifically that sector and claim that space without feeling that they will piggyback, as it usually happens when you talk women, then you talk LGBTQI issues. They've got to be amplified to be equal to all the other issues. So it will be 10 out of 13. Persons with disability, again, have got to see to finish with this 3, because once you are bringing a woman but they are disabled, it is clear, it must be clarified that you are not representing that gender, but rather that sector, that population.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to find clarity on that because I was a bit, I don't know if it's because of Makawula's question, because now sexual orientation, is it also regarded as, in a sense, like, do we have to have people with a certain sexual orientation to be part of this, or we're talking about, you know, the representation in terms of like women and men and people with disability? Does it have to be, because that I mean, when we talk about, you know, people that are transgender, is more like your sexual lifestyle or something like that. Okay, so I just want to get clarity on that. Does it have to, do we have to have that representation?
Thank you. From the point of view of the CGE, we have to and we must, in the sense that the LGBTQI community for the last 30 years now has actually had consistent violence meted against them. And you know, just like all of us, where we experience that violence from private people in the communities in terms of general violence, theirs is specifically as a result of their sexual orientation, even if it comes from strangers. But the relationships themselves take the format and nature of all other relationships in society. There is violence within those relationships, and they've got to be heard.
It's a very important discussion that we are having now, because last week I submitted a question specifically on police, because the stats came out on gender-based violence and rape. And I asked them, I said, why is it that they're not reporting on what do you call it, of sexual orientation, different sexual orientation? And they said to me, they don't. The response, I have a response that they said, like, they specifically don't, because it's more of a sexual orientation, like in terms of your sexual preferences. So they don't report on that. They don't report on disability, which was that one they didn't dispute, but they specifically said they don't have statistics that actually show or list you know, women or men that have been violated or killed specifically because of their sexual orientation. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we are aware. In fact, it is both sides. It is not only the police not capturing it as a form of violence, but it is added reluctance on the part of the LGBTQI community. But in South Africa, because of the levels of violence directed at them, it is not correct for us to reduce it to this is a sexual preference, because then you are taking it and putting it once again back behind the door. Yet when it is a heterosexual woman, because sometimes people don't ask, it's almost like this is rape, this is a violation. We do know for the last 30 years, they have actually been systematically targeted, killed, raped. That is where the very vile phrase of corrective rape comes from. It is a phrase only used in this country, and it continues to be used like it is a normal word, whereas we cannot have something like that. You cannot correct somebody's sexual orientation by violating them.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We've given you more time because of our interjections, and you are a Chapter 9 institution, so we wanted to satisfy ourselves in terms of the issues that you have raised. Ngizonikeza uMam Khawula ngoba khana akhulume kayi-1 yena bese siya break for tea.
Ngibonge she okokuqala lana kule section ade ngibuza la i-Board of Council bantu besifazane. Kimina la ngibona sengathi khona la kushoda khona ngoba lo 3 okukhulunywa ngayo uzokwazi kanjani to balance kuzo zonke inhlanga. Okwesibili che khona into engibuka lana ongazi ukuthi ngiphelelwa amandla. Sangathi ngesinye isikhathi ngathi makuyi meeting enjengale. Babe khona amaphoyisa abe khona ama social work, social development. Because khona izinto la kwamina engifana no Honorable Mashezi efana ngabe ngiyazibuza. Kodwa manje ngizogcina sengifana nokuthi ngithela amanzi emhlane wedada. Uyayibona lonto. Lakhi nje masikhulunywa ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane la eSouth Africa. Okunye ngizokumisa ngendlela efana ngabe ngimisa ngayo. But kunenkinga lana ekhona lana chair. Especially Western Cape. Hayi ngoba ngilwa nobani. Uthola ukuthi kunabantu lana bayagula or uzafuna ukudefaulta kodwa kunento ukuthi mhlamba abakwazi uthola uma voucher into enjalo. Nama case ogcina elenga la uma case egcineni kungaboshwa umuntu lo muntu abe ngaphandle. Kuningi abe ngiyakubuza manje kodwa ngenxa ukuthi ke uzofana ukuthi ngidlala ngesikhathi ngoba kungcono uba nina as CGE niyathathwa nibekwe phezulu manje nina ningaphansi kwalabo bantu ekufuna ngibuze ngibone ezinye izinto. Ileyo clarity noma yona nje into engiphatha kambi ngoba kunenkinga la eminyanga yabo if sikhuluma ngalento la eSouth Africa kuningi abantu berashwa kodwa kufana nokuthi kwenze ngalutho. Even kwamkoma homes kunenkinga zakhona kodwa manje ngingazi ukuthi kuma ngikhuluma la zizoyapi. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've just have some few concerns regarding the section 6 of the bill. I think the number of members, the 3 that are supposed to be there is not enough to address or to represent all the needs of the people in South Africa. One other thing that I'm worried about, Chairperson, is that in this gathering, I think we should be having, all departments to be represented here. For an example, the Department of Police, Social Development should be here because of the number of concerns that I'm having here, but which when I try to ask questions on, no one will be able to answer me. For an example, as Honorable Machete was indicating, you will find that these questions are addressed to wrong departments or wrong people. So due to the fact that a number of females in South Africa are being harassed, it becomes difficult now for these cases to be addressed or for the concerns that I'm having at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. Chair, there's no need for you to respond to Mam Khawula. She was raising her own concern regarding what we're discussing. But I'm sure on the day where we're going to deliberate on the bill, we'll invite them as the portfolio committee so that they form part. Other things that maybe members will want to get clarity from, that can be raised in that meeting. But I think we heard you. You are sharing the same sentiments with Ilita Labantu regarding the 80% women representation. And yeah, I think we heard you. Thank you. And that's what Mam Khawula she's raising also, that the number is not correct. And we have even raised an important matter in terms of inclusion of the LGBTQAI plus communities. You have raised it sharply, and we'll be able to discuss that as we are going to deliberate on the bill itself. Because if we don't have an understanding of LGBTQAI plus community, then they'll be left out. Looking at the three, it tells you that that means they'll be out. They won't be included. But it doesn't mean them specifically, even persons with disability. It means one way or the other, some of them will be left out. So I think when we deliberating on the bill, these are some of the things that we need to look at as the portfolio committee, because we have a responsibility. Yeah, but thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, we can break for tea for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. The next person is going to present is Miss Ngoza from the Western Cape. Is the person inside here? Oh, okay. Got to set up again. Kashifa. Set up your time, please. Yes, ngoma ethi kungawe ke. Simele wena ke kungawe ke.
Good day, everyone in the house. My name is Ngoskona Ngozo. I'm so interested in this thing of social.
Ngozo.
Yes, Ngozo.
Okay.
Ngozo. Yes.
Correct. Ngozo is Z-O. Start. Change this. Start, yeah. Okay.
Yes, I agree with the bill that there must be a national council for gender-based violence. But according to my view, the gender-based violence, violence and femicide is a crime that is gender-based violence consists of.
Sorry, ngehlonipho. Ngicabanga ukuthi umhlonishwa lona opresentayo manje akazisho ukuthi ubani uphuma kuyiphi department. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, Ms. Ngozo, please introduce yourself. You came here as an individual or as an organization? You are representing an organization.
No, I came here as an individual.
Yeah, as an individual, yeah.
Yes, because I'm so interested in criminal justice system and anything that affects the community and all of the social ill that is affecting our country. So I'm from Worcester for now. I'm working there. I came here as an individual. I'm working for correctional services, but I came on my own as a community member. I'm not representing any department. Yes. According to my view, the gender-based violence comprises of all the crimes, which is murder, rape, assault, and family violence. Then, according to me, it is good that there is a national council for gender-based violence. But my concern is that since the gender-based violence is comprises of all those crimes, what if the department or the parliament can make it, like, for instance, if they can make it a national council for families that will deal with the family issues that causes the gender-based violence. Because according to my view, the thing that causes the gender-based violence, it is not something else rather than the community that is not treated, taken care of, or the community that is not attended or the victims that is not attended. In most cases, this thing of gender-based violence, according to my view, it is caused by the dysfunctional families. So if the council can be the council for dysfunctional family or social ill, that will deal with all the causes of gender-based violence, I think it will work, because, like, for instance, if we stick on gender-based violence, you find that in most cases the gender-based violence is between the different gender. But if we can look at that, if the council can look at the crime in broad and deal with the crime in broad, it will assist the whole process of crime and the gender-based violence. Because according to my view, there's the state organ that is the state organ that is stated there on that bill, like social development, criminal justice system, all those organs that will serve in the board. They already do have the gender-based violence violence component that is authorized to raise the suggestion. So according to my view, if we say there is a council for gender-based violence with the representatives from those state organs, I think for me it is still a duplication of the what the current criminal justice system stakeholders can do. So according to me, the council can be there, but the council must not only concentrate on gender-based violence, it must concentrate on all of the in all crime. Because if we focus on gender-based violence, those there are boys that are being sexually like, for instance, there was a crime that was committed by to them, which is sexual indecent assault, which is into gender. It is male to male. And then if we focus on gender, then for me it won't work, because even if those boys are being sexually assaulted, then they stand a chance to commit gender-based violence in future. Because more especially if maybe we can check the cases in normal cases in the communities, most of the children that are from dysfunctional families, whether they are boys, whether they are girls, they do come across to that thing of rape, sexual indecent assault, something like that. So if we focus on gender-based violence, to me, it won't solve the issue of gender-based violence. Like for instance, if someone killed my parent, is a guy to a guy. Like for instance, maybe they killed the father, but the father was killed by a male. That child will stay with an anger. That anger can make that child to commit a gender-based violence in future. So according to me, the council must be there, but the council must not be based on gender-based violence only. It must be for all crime, the overall, everything that is crime. Because in dysfunctional family, if the council can look in dysfunctional family and attend those social ill, then it will assist the whole thing of crime. Then I think the gender-based violence will be cured in our country by doing that.
Ms. Ngozo.
And yes, ma'am.
Did you read the bill?
Yes, I did.
Okay. It's because when you say the the GBV bill, the GBVF bill should deal with all crimes. That's why maybe I get confused.
No, the National Council.
The National Council.
Yes.
Okay, but the National Council, remember?
For gender-based violence. I think the bill is saying that.
Yeah, but the bill is trying to address the gender-based violence and femicide.
Yes.
Ne?
Yes.
Because of what the president declared, one, that GBVF is a pandemic. It's no longer something that government can sit back and not do anything.
Yes.
And there were summits that were conducted by the steering committee. And even last year, remember the summit that was held last year was a follow-up summit in trying to check progress regarding the NSP,
yes.
The National Strategic Plan for GBV that has been adopted.
Yes.
Ne? So now what we are trying to establish, the bill, the bill is trying to establish here is for the country to have the National Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Council to look specifically on issues that are related to a GBVF. That's why I'm asking you if you have read the bill, the whole document, so that if you're saying the council, the GBVF council should look at all crimes,
yes,
then even car hijacking.
Absolutely.
What I'm asking is that if you're saying that the council should look at all crimes,
yes,
ne? The National Gender-Based Violence and Femicide National Council should look at all crimes. I'm asking you, they should also look at car hijacking.
I mean, ma'am.
Because there are different forms of crimes. So I'm trying to assist you so that you are specific, because the bill is specific.
Ma'am, what I'm trying to say, the council, in order for the council to cure the gender-based violence, they must look to all social ills that causes crime.
Okay.
That causes also the gender-based violence, because according to my view, as I said, the gender-based violence is a normal crime, but a serious crime, which rises into gigantic scales, maybe. But it is murder, it is rape, it is family violence, it is assault, and all those stuff, which is happening in the families. So I don't refer to those crimes. The car hijacking and those crimes, they are not crimes that are happening in the family. Yes. So I referred to those crimes. Yes.
Crimes that are related to GBV.
Yes, crimes that are related to GBV.
That's where I'm leading you, which you should be specific, because
Yes.
generalize, because we are in parliament.
Yes.
And we are presenting to us not only
yes.
Us as honorable members, you are presenting to this thing. It's national. So everybody, even a person who's watching you now at home, or you were not aware, we are being watched. Yeah, you're live. So everybody is watching you, Gucci. What are you saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we Gucci, sila. So it was specific.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm specifically referring to murder, rape, and those serious crimes. Or I can say the crimes with aggravating factors. Yes, I can say that I'm referring to those crimes that are in the family. Yes.
Okay. Honorable Machesi.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. I totally understand what she's saying. I think that's why the bill also talks about the Department of Social Development, also being part of it, Department of Health, Department of Traditional Affairs, because traditional affairs, it looks at the upbringing, like in terms of like our culture and how does that influence gender-based violence. I think they can bring that into the space. You have social development that can actually look at children at school, because our social workers are non-existent within the school space. So I think she's looking at it from that angle to say that we have to really look at the root cause of gender-based violence. Not only
that's my understanding.
That's
why I
is-
said to her,
yeah,
she needs to be specific, because
Yes.
if she generalizes, another person will say even car hijacking. Yeah, so she needs to specify.
as in a sense, like, the
Yes.
society, like, as a society, how we are, like, because we are a very violent society, and what other department can come in to be able to assist us, to heal whatever wounds that as a society we suffer from. I think that's basically what she's trying to say. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, ma'am, it's exactly what I'm trying to say. Because in our
ukuthi ubuye endleleni kahle uzokwazi ba-focused.
ma'am, in our communities, as she's saying that even in our schools, there's no social workers. In our communities, there's no social workers. The organizations that are there, they have a lot of work. They're working with the grants and poverty in the community. So even the victims of crime, they are not taken care of. Like, for instance, if you can look, I used to watch Iobe VOD. If you can look at those victims, the day they lay, from the day they lay a charge and the offender is taken to the prison. In that period, there's no one that is looking after those victims, only to find out that these victims are not victims of gender-based violence. Maybe they are victims of crime, but because they are not treated, they are untreated victims, that can lead them to commit it, to be perpetrators of gender-based violence. That's why I'm asking that if the council can deal with the families, not only gender-based violence, because if the council is looking only on gender-based violence, the council will just appear when the gender-based violence is being perpetrated. But on the period when the symptoms are there, and then the council won't be there. The council will only appear or come with a solution when the perpetrator has murdered this woman or whatever. But when the perpetrator was raped by the father, it's the same gender. The council was not there. There was no one that was overseeing that thing, that process of being, that time of being a victim, like for instance.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much. Looking at the bill, I think a lot of what you're saying will go to section 4, which is the objects of the council. Is that where you put your submissions in terms of the different sections of the bill in what you're talking about?
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
No problem. So what you're speaking about, your submission,
Yes.
Your concerns of duplication of work, focusing on crime and social ills, and looking at an overall function.
Yes.
It sounds to me that what you're speaking about is the objections of the council. So what is the council actually going to be doing? And so I wanted to find out, when you submitted your submission, did you submit it based on part 4 of the bill, or did you just submit it as one submission? Just so that it's easier for us to understand.
I just read the whole bill. Yes, I didn't go specific to a certain part. As I'm saying, I agree, I fully agree with the council, but my concern is that the council must not focus only on gender-based violence, because there's already components that are dealing with gender-based violence. Like, for instance, social development do have, and they're gonna be part of the board, as the bill is saying. Criminal justice system is also working with, do have the component that is working with the gender-based violence. So for me, it is the duplication in that way, because they are already there, and they do have the full authority to raise their suggestion or to come up with a strategy. That's what I'm trying to say. But I fully agree that there must be a council. What I'm just suggesting is that the council must not only be the council for gender-based violence, because it is still the gender-based violence is crime, and is the result of the crime that is not is the result of the families that are not attended, or the victims that are not treated.
Why do you feel like your concerns are not accommodated by the bill? Because the mere fact that you're saying other role-playing departments are there, in terms of what you just said now.
Yes.
Agree, those departments have got different mandates, and the NSP it clearly defines the 7 key components on things that the NSP has to address. Why do you feel like your concerns are not accommodated in terms of the establishment of the council?
The reason why I think maybe the council will be based on gender-based violence is that the bill is saying National Council for Gender-Based Violence. So in my mind, it comes like it will just respond when there's a gender-based violence that happened.
NSP,
like, for instance,
NSP talks about prevention, accountability, economic empowerment, and so forth. You know, so when you read the bill, like you read it in line with NSP. In line with NSP. Remember, this doesn't go, the bill doesn't go like,
yeah.
But you must read it in line with the NSP. What does the NSP entail? Is trying to address what needs to be done by different role-playing departments. So you must not separate it from this document. So that's why I'm asking you that why do you think that your concerns are not addressed, are not accommodated according to what you are presenting to the portfolio committee? And maybe you read everything, but in terms of the clauses that are here, about example, if you went through one by one, it was going to be easy, so that other things you will see, which in fact they are captured.
I think, ma'am, I did go through everything to a point whereby I even saw that there will be 80% women and 20% men, something like that. I went through all the bill. I read through the bill one by one, every line. But I thought if the council is for gender-based violence, it is specific for gender-based, and it will intervene for when the crime is committed against a woman.
Victim.
Yes, like only when there's gender-based violence. So what I was trying to.
Oh, when I address only crimes
gender-based violence
that have been committed against a woman.
Not
a woman only.
No, not against the woman only, against against the gender only. So that's why my concern was that if they can deal with everything that causes gender-based violence.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Ms. Ngozo. At least, in fact, I've given you more time because I wanted us to be on the same page. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that way maybe we needed to clarify so that even other presenters who are coming to present today, they must look at what you are saying now, that each and every presenter must remember that they must not read this bill in isolation from NSP. Yeah. So they must also look at the NSP with what does it, and it says, and all the other components and things that needed to be addressed in terms of prevention and so on. They, unless I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Department of Women.
You are not wrong, Chairperson. It's very clear that the NSP, particular all Ngonzo mentioned, it's implemented based on what is the plan says. I mean, if you look at Pillar 2, really talks about the prevention aspect, which she touched base on. If you look at Pillar 3 and Pillar 4, it's more centered around a victim centered approach for the response side of things, where DOJ is a mainly responsible department, as well as in Pillar 4 on the response care support and healing, which is the DSD leading department. So if you look at the bill itself, which, as you said, Chairperson, you cannot be in isolation to the actual NSP, because the work is really within the NSP as they will be guiding the process. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Department of Women. No, thank you, Ms. Ngozo. Your 10 minutes is up, and in fact, I've given you even more.
Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you very much for your presentation. You can sit, and listen to other presenters. It's okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Yeah, being a responsible citizen, and well done. You know, there are few people who, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, babe,
Yeah.
for your encouragement.
Okay, let's go to Obviously, when you come to parliament, you must know what you are dealing with politicians. We don't mean any harm, but obviously we will engage because it's what we need to go and do at the end of the day. So we need to understand each and every presenter. Ukuthi uthini. So bonke nalaba abanye nabo sibayenzile litha labantu CGE sibayenzile. CGE was worse because we have asked her a lot of things, because they are a Chapter 9 institution, so that's why we spent more time with them. So now I got to siphile. So the next presenter is Mr. TC Sokela, Vukuzibambele Mpofana NPO. So what's that? Why? Oh. When touch logo in. Mr. Sokela, you can introduce yourself. The platform is yours. All presenters on the visual platform, we must open up your cameras. We want to see your faces. So that we can be accountable. Ukuthi bokhuluma uSokela ngempela. uSokela ke. In. Yeah. Oh, angithi ma emails azake monke.
WhatsApp.
Why look njani? Sokole is not responding. Let's go to Miss A. Dudoit, Zamoguhle Women and Youth Project. Why need what's going on? It's like I'm talking alone. I don't know why they're not hearing me.
Well, look at I just sent a message.
Just check with Gary to see if he can hear you.
Gary, can you hear me?
Madam Chair, yes, I can. Madam Chair, yes, I can.
Oh, thank you. So I have called in Mr. Sokela. He's not responding. We've passed him. I'm calling in Miss A. Dudoit, Zamoguhle Women and Youth Project from KZN. Ma'am, the platform is yours. If she's not present, let's move to the next one. Ms. P. Gobozi, individual from Eastern Cape.
Good day. Good day.
Hey, ma'am. Vale one gadget. A1, we have Miss Mkobos, vala A1, gadget yakho. Usale ke-
I'm on one device.
It's on the laptop.
Recording in progress.
This meeting is being recorded.
I'm actually on one device.
Lydia, mute your gadget, please. Uba nomunye la ovulile mhlambe nani affect.
I'm trying again. It's not winning. Please can you move to the next person? I'll come back.
All the people
I'm going
who
to
are on
exit
the
the meeting and come back again. Please can you take the next speaker?
Oh, Pinky, only one. Gadget yakho. Khona bo Pinky Mkobos about 1, 2. Le enye bhale Pinky Mkobos nayo yini? Kusese umuntu oyi-1. Ngoba ngibona 3.
No, ma'am. It's not even on. But I'll exit and then come back.
Okay, let's go to the next presenter. Sizophinde sibuye kuye. Mr. G. Da Silva, the official fathers for justice from Gauteng. Gary, that's you. Gary, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I've got a presentation that I'd like to share. Is that a possibility?
Yes, you can share.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you very much to yourself. I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair Lady, the Honourable Portfolio Committee members, and ladies and gentlemen of the public. My name is Gary Da Silva, Chairperson, Fathers for Justice, South Africa. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Fathers for Justice South Africa campaigns for the right of the child to have a meaningful, equal daily physical, emotional, psychological contact care, guardianship, and maintenance with, by, and of both biological parents, irrespective of whether they are formally married or not, on a daily basis. Fathers for Justice and I, both in my professional as well as my personal capacity, reject all forms of violence and abuse. We advocate any person perpetrating any form of violence against any person must be extracted out of society with extreme prejudice within the confines of the law of South Africa. However, it is our considered opinion as Fathers for Justice that not only does the South African government not have the political will, it simply couldn't care less and has not bothered to address the socio-economic issues to resolve all issues plaguing our beloved South Africa. Is there any misunderstanding about our statement against violence and abuse? Huh? Can you hear me?
Yes, Gary, we can hear you.
Okay, is there any misunderstanding about our opposition to any form of violence and abuse in South Africa? I'll take that as a yes. Where does the problem lie? The problem lies with all the isms that we have out there. Karl Marx said as much in the Communist Manifesto, which called for the abolition of the family. I agree with the young lady from prison services. The Communist Manifesto quickly realized that the way to completely change a society was to destroy the most important civil society institution, namely the family. The destruction of the family unit has been the primary focus of two collaborative forces. The first being communism, Marxism, or postmodernism, etc. These ideologies have left conservatively anything from 120 million to 300 million people dead worldwide over the last 120 years. In excess of 160 countries worldwide, where every one of these ideologies has eviscerated the poor, destroyed the middle and upper class, and left a predatory elite. As is the latest victims of these ideologies in Venezuela, Argentina, and Zimbabwe, and with South Africa fast slamming into the economic abyss as we speak. Second is feminism. The feminist revolution in its founding phase was absolutely vital to push forward a working and egalitarian society. Today, feminism is nothing more than a terrorist hate group. It has been instrumental in the sharp increase in abuse of women and children, the obliteration of the family unit, and with its cohorts in the communist camp, the collapse of society. And oh yes, the evisceration of men out of society. In 2010, 50% of women in Canada and Britain claimed to be feminists. By 2018, only 18% of women in Canada and 8% of women in Britain described themselves as feminists. Real women are fast realizing around the world that the direct harm that the rotten baskets of goods sold to them by the feminists and its cause of their emotional and psychological harm. If feminism actually worked, you should have seen an exponential decline in violence, abuse. The opposite is true. We have seen an exponential increase of violence and intolerance in the last 60 years. In order for a society to function properly, a cohesive, functioning, properly supported family unit must be central and the primary focus of government and society as a whole. I'm not going to like this one. There is no such thing as gender-based violence. There is only human-based violence. The government and the department, such as the Department of Women, Children, and Persons with Disabilities, actively promote a fake woke narrative specifically designed to create fear and hate between men and women when none should exist. It is well established in over 330 reports since the 1980s, the result of which has been provided in our written formal submission. That violence is perpetrated on a 50-50 basis, men against women and women against men. Domestic violence has nothing to do with gender and everything to do with alcohol abuse. The higher the rate of alcohol abuse, the higher the rate of domestic violence. I would like to point out at this time that Fathers for Justice has directly engaged and is currently engaging, amongst others, the Department of Social Development, Commission for Gender Equality, the Law Reform Commission, the Human Rights Commission, the State State President's Office of South Africa, to name a few, redress blatant and openly hostile gender bias against all men in South Africa. It is well documented that there is a direct assault on masculinity in South Africa. For every abusive man you can point out, we can point out an abusive woman. I'm sure the portfolio committee will agree this is an exercise in futility. Amongst the many issues that are plaguing our society is a collapsed education system which leaves men who are intrinsically designed to provide and protect women and children in society completely emasculated. The result of which can be clearly seen in this news article. On the left-hand side, you see the country's grade 4 learners can't read, which indicates a collapsed education system. And on the right-hand side, you see a man there being sentenced for life for killing his wife. The issues is education. It is well established that a proper, well-founded education system is a catalyst to allow the individual self-determination. What we have seen in South Africa is a collapsed education that does nothing to address the current educational requirements, let alone the future economic requirements, and certainly does nothing to allow the individual to allow them to raise themselves economically. What is the department, as in the Department of Women, the Youth and Persons with Disabilities, specifically doing about raising the minimum pass rate 70% for our children, with direct emphasis on STEM subjects such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which has direct, immediate impact on the economy of South Africa, would have a direct and immediate impact on the economy of South Africa. Sorry. There are many issues that are plaguing South Africa: a destroyed health and education, as well as a justice system. This has been pointed out by almost every single person that has spoken so far. Promotion of medical, physical, surgical, emotional, chemical mutilation of our children on a scale last seen in Nazi prisoner of war camps during the Second World War. However, the government and society cannot continue to shout and blame all men for the collapse of South Africa. If you truly want to address the wrongs of South Africa, including but not limited to violence and abuse of women and children, then best you stop hysterically screaming that it's only men that are the problem. Fathers for Justice was established for the very specific reason of an openly hostile, blatant bias by a centrist, monocentric legal justice system that seeks out to operate and remove fathers out of their children's lives when no just cause exists, based simply on the fact that they are male. In a poll conducted in 2021 by Fathers for Justice, 50% of fathers describe themselves as totally alienated from children. An additional 24% of fathers describe themselves as partially alienated from their children. 52% of domestic violence orders issued are based on false, fake, or non-existent evidence, where we know for a fact, because we have had women come and tell us directly that they are instructed by their lawyers to make false allegations so that they can destroy the relationship between father and child. Dr. Pinky Boy of the Sunnyvale Center advised that between 85 and 90% of mothers are responsible for the perpetration of parental alienation, which is the coercive, mental, emotional, psychological, physical, sexual abuse of a child. We have engaged the Department of Social Development since 2019 to address the equality for fathers' rights. We are afraid the department is skirting the issue, yet the state president complains about a 70% fatherless rate. Sorry. It could be argued that if feminism actually cared about helping women, it would advocate for father involvement. So no daughter would grow up disadvantaged, and every son would be strong, capable partner to those daughters. Yet while feminism portrays itself to be a movement for equality. It is dead silent when it comes to fathers' rights. In conclusion, firstly, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is absolutely unconstitutional body as it deliberately excludes men. The fact that yourselves and government at large can't see this clearly displays how massive the problem truly is. Currently, the Department of Youth and Persons with Development actively promotes gender bias and human rights violations against men. We wholeheartedly agree with the Commissioner for Gender Equality. The formation of another department is merely a duplication. We as fathers for justice submit the formation of another department is going to further increase, not address and resolve the disparity and the issues between men and women. The formation of the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is indeed a duplication of the department. It is completely unnecessary, a waste of limited funds and further corruption. It is nothing more than a vanity project to allow for part-time employment and not address the real issues plaguing South Africa. If you truly want to address the issues of South Africa, you will disband both departments and form a department that will indeed promote the family unit, must be the center of a functioning society that will by default create cohesion and cooperation between women and men in the best interests of our beloved children. I'm very clear on this point. Men are simply not the problem anymore. And yes, I have read your document. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Gary.
Welcome, ma'am.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Gary, and Fathers for Justice. Gary, thank you for the presentation. Unfortunately, I was unable to extract exactly where your submissions in terms of the bill is, and maybe you can just clarify by pointing us directly to the different sections in the bill that you would like to see changed or amended as per the Fathers for Justice. I also wanted to ask about the clarity when you spoke about female perpetrators. Is that, from what I got from there is that you would be advocating for more awareness on this, but it just wasn't clear enough. So maybe if you can just take us through what some of your submissions in specific parts of the bill would be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you.
Gary, you can come in.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm very clear about this point. We are advocating equality amongst all persons in South Africa. The mere name of your department, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, specifically excludes men. I have been talking and shouting from the rooftops to government for the last 22 years of my life. Please include us in the solution. What is specifically happening is that not only do you ignore us, as the Department of Social Development currently is choosing to do, you specifically sideline and exclude approximately 50% of the population by default. I'm very clear that there's not a single part of the Act that fits or is necessary. We are clearly calling that you disband both departments. You have the Department of Justice that should be doing their job, but they're not. You have police, where what you are proposing should indeed fall in. And that is what has happened under the Department of Social Development when they made certain representations that the early childhood development centers should not fall within the Department of Social Development, but indeed should fall within the Department of Education, and rightly so. So when I say to you, I think my second last paragraph, and I'm more than willing to email this to Ms. Sharif, the formation of the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is indeed a duplication of departments. It is completely unnecessary, a waste of limited funds, and further corruption. It is nothing more than a vanity project to allow for carpet employment and not address the real issues plaguing South Africa. You know, we've now got 4 ministers trying to sort out the electricity problem in South Africa. Still sitting without electricity in this country. How many more departments do we need to create? You know, do we need departments to look after the departments? That is where we're going with this. You need to, as part of my submission to the Law Reform Commission, specifically looking for a unified marriage and divorce act that includes both married and unmarried couples and enshrining their rights. You've got all these disparate, you've got the Marriages Act, you've got the Traditional Marriages Act, you've got the Divorce Act, you've got the Children's Act, and you've also got the dissolution of assets pertaining to families. So you're looking at 5 acts. It's completely unnecessary. It's like, how much more complicated do you actually want to make this? We're against violence and abuse. We are in full agreement. The Department of Justice and the police sort this out. I hope I've adequately answered that question. With regard to your second question, if you could probably just rephrase it. I didn't quite clearly understand it, please. Sharif.
I'm covered. I just wanted to get your position, and I think we've gotten it. Thank you very much, Mr. De Silva.
You're welcome, ma'am. If you'd like a copy of the written portion of my presentation, I'm more than willing to share it with you.
Yeah, you can send it to our committee secretary, Neliso. No, but then. All right. Thank you very much for your time, Gary.
You're most welcome, ma'am.
Okay, you can stay in our meeting for as long as you want. It's okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee.
Ms. Mkopos.
I am back, Chairperson.
Okay.
That sounds better. I do
Yeah.
apologize about that. I do apologize. I cannot ascertain what caused it. Without causing any more delay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the committee broadly. My name is Upinki Mkopozi. Ndingowase Matatiela in Alfred Nzo in the Eastern Cape. I am based in KwaZulu-Natal. I welcome the opportunity, but I'd like to highlight it to you, Chairperson. One of the things that I would be raising relate to process. Even my being available for today's session, I didn't get invited. I got alerted through somebody who saw the agenda that my name was down. I had made a submission, and in my submission, I had indicated that my written submission was sufficient. Nonetheless, I welcome the opportunity, and I appreciate that you are giving me time. My background, I'm an activist within gender-based violence since even before the total shutdown. I have been involved with the process of crafting the NSP that we are really working on implementing as a country. I participate in various forums and GBVF as a collaborative platform, Call to Action, and many others. I'm very community-based and I work with young people. Things that I'd like to bring to your attention, Chairperson. I don't have a presentation that I will do an oral because I've already done my written submission to the portfolio committee. I would like to, one, talk to the testing of the bill and its current tagging. It is currently tagged as a Section 75. And Chairperson, I do not know what method the committee will use to test the suitability of this tagging. What I would like to draw your attention to, though, is that provinces and municipalities are assigned mandates according to the NSP. So I find it unacceptable to say their role is incidental as suggested in the current bill. I'd also like to draw your attention on the reality that there are provincial and local regulations that are going to be required in implementing the NSP. So the council, the setting up of a council then means that it's not incidental that it's going to work with provinces. Provinces and locals will need to allocate budgets. I liked that it's already been presented to the committee, so I don't want to present matters that have already been presented, that the funding modalities that we have in the country as such are already predefined. So most of the things that we have in the NSP that will need to be implemented are funded through the PFMA or the MFMA, are accounted through the PFMA or the MFMA. So how will the council then function optimally if the assumption is that it's the effect it has on provinces and local municipalities is incidental, as suggested in the current bill? But again, I think it's important, Chairperson, to say these considerations of how the bill is tagged only become significant if, as a country, we are truly, truly committed to a credible council that is non-partisan, that is independent, that will enable intergovernmental working, that will support intersectionality, that appreciates that ending gender-based violence is not just a government function. It requires us as civil society. It requires business. It requires us as small businesses, and so on. So it cannot be pillared and just reliant on intergovernmental relations regulations. So it is important to say this council is needed. That is very important. But how this council is crafted must not be a checkbox exercise. We need to really apply ourselves the same way we have since the 24 demands, the same way we have since the declaration, since the development of the NSP. We need to say, how have we applied ourselves in the current bill, and how have we been taken seriously? I'd like to draw the attention of the portfolio to a recent judgment. If I don't quote it according to legal acceptable ways of quoting judgments, please excuse me, if but there was a Mahale and others versus Speaker of the National Assembly and others 2023 ZACC 14. Core to me that make me feel it is important to bring your attention to that judgment, Chairperson, is that it affirms the Parliament's constitutional obligation to reasonably facilitate public involvement in this legislation processes. It's not just the meeting was set. It's siyile kwezi meeting sathetha yathiwani le nto siyithethileyo. The department, I think it's point 6 of the current bill, under the heading Departments, Bodies, Persons Consulted. It says it has done consultations in the 9 provinces, right? I ask the Portfolio Committee, can we have a copy of the attendance registers of those consultations? Can we have a copy of the decisions taken or inputs made in those consultation processes and see how they have shaped the current bill? I put to you, ma'am, that if those meetings set, anqinisekanga into yokuba besiyazi uba siconsultwa for ntoni, sibuzwe imibuzo ecacayo, siyiphendule ngokucacileyo. Again,
Pinky?
Yes, ma'am.
You mean the department?
The department, well, in the bill, ma'am, the department says it did consultations in 9 provinces. And then izoti iyenze enye on November 2022, which I'm not sure whether it is referring to the Accountability Summit or it is referring to something else. Ne? So in the bill itself, paragraph 6, the heading is departments, bodies, persons consulted. I am asking the portfolio committee to verify what is there and help us as citizens also get that information. Because the consultation, I think it's important, Chairperson, what I'm highlighting here, the consultation, ayiko kusibiza bese meeting. Sithethe, ungasimameli, ungaziseliso into esikuxelele zona, ubuye uzothi ku-bill you've consulted us. I think that is very important to put through as my submission. I'm nearly finished, Chairperson.
In fact, what you are raising, it's one of the things that we as the portfolio committee have raised with the department.
Yeah, and then for
when you say that, it goes back to what we were raising with the department as the committee. Because in fact, we wanted to get even the list of the invitees, and then the provinces. I think that was, is it 2022, ne? 2022. Because we wanted to know the stakeholders that were invited by the department. That's why we took long, so that we give the department enough time to finish up with all those consultations. For us as the portfolio committee to say, okay, this is a section 75 bill. So fortunately, they are here in the meeting and they are hearing themselves. Tina ke sizakubabuza when we start deliberating again, because Tina, when people raise things with us, asinobantu abathi ku-raise izinto nje for ticking the boxes. We don't work like that. We are thorough as a portfolio committee. We do justice when we do our oversight work. That's why we invited you. We took long. You could see even our advert we started to advertise when, and we closed our advert when. And we gave you the opportunity to come and make oral representation and written submissions to be considered by the portfolio committee. So, as is jumpy date, but I'm happy that you are raising it so that, you know, sometimes it must not be, it must not look like the portfolio committee is fighting the department. You know, when we do our oversight work. But we have noted what you have said now as the committee.
Thank you,
and
Chairperson.
because we are still gonna invite you as civil society organizations and individuals that came today, so that you'll be watching us, or you'll be part of, if we do have a big room, you'll listen to our deliberations. Tina, asishaye shortcut.
Ndiyabulela. Ndinesicelo before ndihlale phansi, ndisenayo imizuzu embalwa, Chairperson. Isicelo sam is that before Neo deliberate, let us get the department to accept that inputs submitted through the process have not been taken into account. Can we then be provided with the support of business, with the support of civil society, a small technical team that is going to improve the current bill deal with accountability, deal with intersectionality, deal with interdepartmental relations, deal with coordination, unpack the criteria of those funding. Dihlele ezilalini mina. Fletcher sidilana sishaya nabantwana abathwalayo. Kukhona omama abancedisa aba bantwana. Bazayifumana njani le mali ekumane kusithiwa ikhona. We need to deal with those things before it is fully deliberated. And I would like to put it to the portfolio committee. Consider either dual tagging, but this bill cannot, this council and this bill will not serve the country if it is a section 75 and not a section 76, because sizabuza provinces, we budget yenu, nenzendoni, nitini, how does this work? How does that? But the COP will not have enough influence if iyadlula nje, it is another top-down approach. Please, can you consider that? Diabulela.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and let us appreciate the inputs and contributions from Opinki. And I think, as Chairperson has said, that one of the concerns that the portfolio committee had around the issue of the bill when it was presented to Parliament was the thorough consultation with the relevant parties and the public at large. But I think what we ought to also understand, and it goes to Pinky, Honorable Chairperson, is that what we are having now is still a process of consultation on its own as Parliament. And I think it's just that it's unfortunate that we don't have any of the written submissions as yet. But we're hoping that as much as Pinky has raised the issue of consultation and what has been raised around the consultation processes with the department, as this portfolio committee, we also need to know if there are any tangible, especially Chairperson, since she's raising the fact that they've engaged with the department, but they haven't seen any of their contributions filtered in the current bill. It's important for us to receive whatever contributions that they made or inputs that they have made around the bill. So it's important, Chairperson, that we understand it in that context, that what the Portfolio Committee and Parliament is doing now also remains a public participation process. And we do need whatever contributions that were made, even if it was to the department in the first phases of the consultation process. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Sheriff Machesi. Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to speak to some of the points that Pinky made. I agree. In fact, we actually were pretty harsh on the department in terms of public participation. You know, when we looked at the NSP and the amount of participation that went into it and how many voices were heard in order to create one document, I think that the same has to go for the bill. This bill is not a bill that is the department will be the custodian of it. It's us as South Africans that have to be the custodian of this bill. We know GBVF is killing our society, and we have to ensure that there is a whole of society approach on this. So please, when we say we've been fighting with the department to do more public participation, you feel free to go back and watch some of our previous meetings where we really challenge the department to ensure that public participation happens. The last thing we want, and Chairperson, if you remember, we spoke about this at the last meeting. The last thing that we want is a bill just to check a box. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's get as many voices involved, and let's have the best outcome that we can get from this bill, Chair. So I just wanted to maybe give Pinky some peace of mind that we will definitely ensure that we get that information from the department. Chairperson, on that note, we can't be begging the department to send through information consistently. please, they must send it when we ask it for it. We're not playing games in this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mashesi.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we have to commend Ms. Mpiki Mgobozi for her submission. Yeah, I had to read it. So I think it's what is interesting for me to ask is that what determines the bill in terms of which section will it fall into? Because, you know, if we look at the number of submissions that we have received, we're talking about in total 48 submissions that have been made. And GBV does not only impact NGOs, it impacts the entire society. So I just want to find out what informed the department to opt for Section 75. Maybe that could give us a clear understanding of the decision that was made instead of making it a Section 76, which would have allowed us to go from province to province and have South Africans engaging on this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Pinky, for your time. If there's nothing that you want to say, that means we are done with her, unless maybe you want to respond to what honorable members have just said.
I think I would have failed if I don't appreciate what the members have said. I won't take much of the time of the meeting. Thank you. We welcome that, and we welcome that we can still make submissions to Parliament. And I think I am convinced and welcome the commitment that this is not a checkbox exercise, and we will do what we can on our part as active citizens. Diabulela.
Siyabulela nathi kusho kuzomela ukuthi ujwayele ukulandela ikomiti lethu uzokwazi ukubona ukuthi sisebenza kanjani. Siyasebenza. Thank you very much, Pinky. Department, you heard her, ne? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Miss RP Sibela. RP Sibela.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. All protocol observed. I want to. Oh, my name is Refilwe Sibela. I am from Pretoria. I came as an individual, but I am a private social worker. I had most of my colleagues here, like Mengozo, saying where are the social workers? So Mengozo, we are here to also make our inputs and submissions to the sketch of GBVF. Let me thank you for the opportunity to also make my submission on the sketch of GBVF that is busy eroding the good values and foundation of our society. One could not just turn a blind eye or fold arms and just complain in the corridors without giving our part when given an opportunity to do so, especially at this highest platform. I will just get straight to the business of the day. With my inputs and submissions, I would like to refer the committee to the definitions, one of which is prescribed, where I am saying that can an attempt be made to fully describe the word to avoid different interpretations? I'm not sure if I am the only one who struggles to interpret what prescribed in this setting meant. But I think we would fully appreciate the definition so that it does not become misinterpreted. And again, on the Board of Council, I think an omission is made as the members from the Department of Education are excluded, while learners have been found to be victims of GBV while in the care of schools. So of all the entities that were listed there, I found that the Department of Education has also been omitted. So I think it is a very important stakeholder in this regard because most of the GBV, as we have seen and witnessed, it happens while our learners are in the care of schools. Okay, and then the other one in connection with the meetings of the board. I find the draft bill to be silent on the cancellation of meetings, meaning there is no indication by when notice of cancellation of meetings can be served or rather circulated. Again, it is my take that the meetings be cancelled. If the meetings are cancelled, or should the chairperson and the deputy chairperson not be available to attend the meetings, then the meetings need to be cancelled, as they are the ones that take full accountability for the powers invested in them in relation to their positions of chairperson and deputy chairperson. As stated in the bill now, it has been said that if the chairperson and the deputy chairperson are not available to attend the meetings, then the other people that are in the meeting will then elect, then the meeting will continue. So I beg to differ to say the chairperson and the deputy chairperson are the ones that should take full accountability for the powers invested in those positions that they hold. Therefore, if the two are not available, then the meetings should be, the circulation of notice to cancel the meeting should be done. Thank you, Chairperson. Again, just an apology to say I will be leaving the meeting immediately after questions or inputs have been done on my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sibila. Do I pronounce your surname right? Sibela.
Sibila.
Or Sibila?
Sibila.
Sibila. Sibila. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your submission. In fact, you are correct. Department of Education is not part, is left out. We have also noted that as we read the bill. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sibela, I wanted to check, you said to include education, but does that include basic education, higher education, both of them to be added? And that would then mean that it would go from 6 departments to 7 or 8 departments. Can you just clarify that for me, please? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would like to see all the different departments of education being involved and not one being left out, because GBV is also happening at lower levels of our communities, lower levels where our learners are, whether en route to school, whether when they are coming back from school, even when they are at school. So I don't think it would serve the cause if one of the department is left out. Let us rather include all of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the only part that you didn't see is the private sector. Ne? Or what about the private sector? Because it's not included also. What is your take?
I would say I think it's actually a lot that's not included, because we would include also the researchers and institutions of higher learning like universities, people that specialize on this topic of GBVF, so that we have a comprehensive output of the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other member? Oh, yeah, thank you very much. When I suppose this Kaula, akafuna ukusho lutho. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you for your time. At least you heard that will also invite you when we are deliberating on the bill. Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I would be glad to receive such an invite. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, we'll have to break for lunch. And the sitting is starting at 2. And there's a debate. And then we need to check the speaking list here so that because it's far where we're going. Yeah, but yeah, we'll go once and but we'll need to look at the speaking list. How many speakers are there? And then maybe when the 5th or 6th speaker is debating, then we can leave and go to the house. Yeah, but, our apologies because there's 2 reports that we are supposed to go and present in Parliament, in the chamber. So, and unfortunately, some of our members will have to go and debate inside the house. So we'll have to adjourn if it will be only Honorable Masiko. So some of the guests on our list that are supposed to present, they'll have to wait for us until we finish and then we'll come back and continue. So I just thought that maybe let me inform you on time that bear with us because we've got other responsibilities that we need to go and do in the chamber as the portfolio committee. So we'll adjourn and go to the house and come back. The house will be starting at 2, and then we'll look at the items here and then look at the speaking list. Yolanda, please check your speaking list, ne? It's a debate on item number 2, so that you'll notify me which how far are they. So, but it's not gonna take long because the reports that we're going to present are not long. Yeah, it's gonna be 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, 7. You know, we've got myself. Yeah, but I get a speaking list. So, Yolanda, can you check his speaking list from the Parliament table? But still, what he hamba. Yeah, let's have you working lunch, ne? So that we try and push, we don't delay you. Yeah. What time is it now?
2.
Yeah, and the house is starting at 2. Asibize Mr. D. Naidu.
Miss Russian woman.
Here.
Yeah, Miss. Yeah, it's supposed to be Miss.
So
She's on
you guys are saying Miss, but on my paper it's written a mistake. So it's your fault, it's not mine. Maybe let me check also Sokela, Dudoit, if they are back. And if there's any NGO that is here. Okay. Oh, okay. Enye futhi. Eyenu. Nina nizopresenta nani? Eyenu yini? Oh, nani nikhona ya ngiyanibona. Oh, okay. Nina but like Cape Town is now. Yeah, it's okay. What's the whole thing?
Kusato's coming.
Okay, and Kosatu, so. Okay. Ms. Naidu, the platform is yours, madam. Blame Nelly, so not me.
That's all right, Chair. Sure, it was an error. May I share my screen, Chair?
Yeah, yeah.
May I kindly ask the host to enable screen sharing?
Yeah, done. It's done.
Thank you. All right, so I'm just checking that you can hear me and see my screen.
Yeah.
All right. Greetings, Chair, Portfolio Committee, honorable members, and colleagues in the room. My name is Devashni Naidu. I represent the Helen Suzman Foundation today. The Helen Suzman Foundation is a non-governmental organization whose main objective is to promote constitutional democracy, the rule of law, and the rights of vulnerable persons who are unable to use the ordinary political process to do so themselves. This submission serves to signal the broad support for the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill with the consideration of some amendments. In summary, HSF submits that 1, the bill's definition of gender-based violence should be expanded to include violence based on gender identity and sexuality. 2, that the NSP's deadline for March 2024 for achieving its targets should be extended to allow Council enough time to formulate their action plan and to implement the NSP, to seek public comment thereon, and properly implement the action plan itself. 3, that the bill's intersectoral approach to eliminating GBV and femicide should include organs of state listed in Pillar 1 of the NSP, as well as the National Prosecuting Authority and the Department of Basic Education. 4, that the bill must provide for the Council's operational structures so that it can best implement the Council's action plan at a national, provincial, and local level. 5, that the Council's Chief Executive Officer must be sufficiently independent. And lastly, 6, that oversight of the Council must be improved by establishing a Parliamentary Oversight Committee dedicated to implementing the NSP and by providing for regular reporting periods and public participation in the Council's reporting process. If you allow me to shortly elaborate on each of these in turn. On our first submission, expanding the definition of gender-based violence. Section 1 of the bill defines gender-based violence without expressly including non-conforming sexual or gender identities. In doing so, the bill leaves out of the Council's purview significant groups of people who are also at risk of violence, animated by exactly similar prejudice and stereotypes. Moreover, the NSP expressly caters for people with non-conforming sexual and gender identities, and it stands to reason that the bill should do so as well, to ensure that the Council effectively implements the NSP. On our second submission, implementation of the NSP, Section 5(1)(a) of the bill requires Council to implement the NSP through its action plan. To ensure the action's plan effectiveness, the public and relevant stakeholders must be allowed to make comment thereon before it's adopted. To the extent that the bill allows the Council to review and to subsequently amend the NSP, these future versions of the NSP and any consequent action plan that arises from it should also be subjected to a public participation process. Further, we would add here that the council may find itself pressed for time in formulating and implementing its action plan, given that the NSP has set March 2024 as the deadline for achieving its targets. This is because the bill allows for 6 months after the council has been established to formulate its action plan. This is besides the time that will take to pass the bill and appoint the council members. As such, we would submit that the NSP's deadline should be reasonably adjusted in the bill. Our third submission is addressing the operational gaps in the bill. Section 5(1)(h), read with Section 16(b) of the bill, requires intersectoral cooperation between ministries, departments, and different levels of government when combating GBV and femicide. The bill does not specify a closed list of participants in its proposed intersectoral approach, so we submit that these structures must further include the Commission for Gender Equality, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Public Service Commission, and the Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights Commission. These entities are all listed under Pillar 1 of the NSP, so it stands to reason that they should be a part of the Council's coordinated efforts as well. In addition to these, we would submit that these efforts should also include the Department of Basic Education and the National Prosecuting Authority, given the priority that the NSP gives to the schools-based initiatives and prosecutorial effectiveness in combating GBVF. The fourth point we would like to make here is that Section 5(1)(i) of the bill requires the Council to monitor and evaluate the NSP's implementation nationally, provincially, locally, as well as in community and other forums. However, the bill does not, but should provide for structures through which the Council carries out its mandate at each of these levels. We submit that the bill, or suggest rather, the bill could do this in 3 ways. Firstly, the bill itself could detail these structures. Secondly, the bill could provide that the Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities make regulations in consultation with the Council to provide for such structures. Or alternatively, thirdly, the bill could require that the Council include local, provincial, and national operating structures as part of its action plan. This is only on the condition that the action plan is subject to a public consultation before it's adopted, as we previously submitted. Our fifth submission on the independence of the CEO. As it stands, the bill does not guard against appointing persons with conflicts of interest as the Council's CEO. This could be especially problematic when the Council embarks on its intersectoral approach to implementing the NSP. As such, we submit that a further criterion of the CEO position must be that the appointee is sufficiently independent of interests that could interfere with the Council's mandate. Our last submission, increased oversight and accountability. As it stands, the bill does not, but should, render the Council directly accountable to Parliament via a dedicated portfolio committee. In this regard, the NSP suggests a parliamentary oversight committee dedicated to monitoring the NSP's implementation. A second point here is that we do recognize in Section 5(1)(j) of the bill that it requires the Council to report to Cabinet. However, this reporting function, we believe, could be enhanced by specifying reporting intervals, making reports publicly accessible, and providing for public comment in this reporting function. Thirdly, we would add here that Section 20 of the bill does not, but should provide for public participation in the Council's annual reporting function to Parliament. A good example that this followed, or if this was implemented, a good example it would follow is that of the National Minimum Wage Act, which provides that public views are reflected in the annual review report of the National Minimum Wage Commission. So in conclusion, we submit that we welcome the government's implementation of the NSP via the Council to eliminate GBV and femicide in South Africa. However, we submit that the bill can be improved by using more inclusive language in the bill's definition of GBV, providing guidance as to the Council's operational structure at a national, provincial, and local level, and ensuring increased public participation in formulating the Council's action plan and its reporting progress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naidu from the HSF. Honorable members, the presentation is before us. Are there any members who wish to make any contributions and or ask questions or engage the presentation? Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. I just wanted to check with Ms. Naidu. In the section 6, the Board of Council, it does mention justice and constitutional development. Is the recommendation that it's justice and correctional, and then added the entity of the National Prosecuting Authority, because they would then fall under that portfolio committee? So just some clarity there. And in terms of the board being accountable to Parliament through a portfolio committee and not directly to Cabinet, are they suggesting a formulation of a new portfolio committee, or do you foresee it coming to this portfolio committee? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. I just wanted to also ask around the issue of accountability and oversight. I think the presentation is proposing for the board to account directly to a new portfolio committee, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Naidu. But I just wanted to check if you are aware of the current oversight responsibilities of this portfolio committee for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and also whether you feel that this portfolio committee will not be, sufficient enough to handle the oversight responsibilities over the council as you propose. I'll hand over to you and give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you for those questions, honorable members. On the first question of whether the NPA should be included separately, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, the submission was made more on the understanding that when the council takes its intersectoral approaches, that explicitly the NPA must be included in such. So that's not necessarily on the board. If that does mean that on the board we have the inclusion of the NPA, we would advocate for that. But it's more just an understanding that in this multi-sectoral and intersectoral approaches, as I think have been mentioned by previous submissions, we would want for all the bodies identified in the NSP to be included. On the second question of parliamentary oversight, unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with the oversight functions of this particular portfolio committee. What the underlying submission that we make is the NSP provides that the council must directly report. In addition to, as maybe the bill provides to Cabinet, this council must directly report to a dedicated portfolio committee at Parliament, which it doesn't do in terms of this bill. If it does, if is legislated as such that this specific portfolio committee is indeed that portfolio committee, then I think that would be sufficient. But the submission is more that there should be an accountability measure directly between the council and Parliament, and not only to council and the executive, or council to Parliament via an annual report through the minister, in other words, the executive. Does that provide clarity on that?
Yeah, it does. Are you covered, Honorable Sharif? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Naidoo. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Okay. The next presenter will be Ms. B. Batumise from Wise for Africa and Masimanyane International from Gauteng. We'll hand over to you, Wise from Wise for Africa, and you've got 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to members of the Portfolio Committee and fellow civil society organizations and other private sector organizations. We have submitted a written submission to the committee. We will just amplify and expand on what our position is with the bill. First and foremost, Chairperson, we are in support of this bill for a number of reasons, but I'll enumerate just on three. When the NSP was put together, the emphasis was on multi-sectoral approach, was on coordination, was on scale, was on impact. We have, over the years, in the last 25 years as a country, been grappling with how we address and attend to gender-based violence and femicide. We have had laws passed, we had certain interventions that were successful, others not successful, and as a country, we have not been able to say with confidence that we have arrested the scourge. So what do we do in the circumstances when we realize that almost all the efforts that we put in place are not yielding the required results? And I think that's why you had the 2018 total shutdown march, followed by the first summit on gender-based violence and the declaration that led to the formation of the interim steering committee that really rallied civil society in total to put together the national strategic plan that was widely consulted on. And that national strategic plan, if you understand its form, content, and posture, it's that of intersectionality, right? It takes into account the diversity that we find in our country. It takes into account how gender-based violence manifests itself in this country. It diagnoses the problem correctly and tells you about the structural drivers of gender-based violence in this country. It also tells you how fragmented and uncoordinated and disparate we have been in our response. And that's why we don't see the results that we want to see. And you will all agree, Chairperson, that we had a stop and start with Council for many years. Previous ministers in the Department of Women and Youth and People with Disability have attempted to put together this council, but it never came to fruition. And we cannot afford another stop with this council. We have to do everything in our power to ensure that we do have a coordinating structure. Our approach as Wise for Africa and Masimanyane is that when this council was conceptualized, it was conceptualized around agility, around swiftness in response. We did not want to have a massive structure that takes away the resources from being deployed in the interventions that are needed. So you want agility. And in the agility, you want a council that has got individuals that are going to go through a public process in their selection and appointment that demonstrate an understanding of the NSP and the broader problem of how gender-based violence manifests itself and femicide manifests itself in this country. So we are not looking for a massive structure. We are not looking for a SANEC type model. We are looking for a council that is lean, mean, and agile. And in our proposal and written submission, we have made a case precisely because of the comments that came out of the second summit, where private sector believe that they are not included in the council, that you expand that number that was that is 13 or 15, I'm not sure, I think it's 13, you extend it to 17 so that you accommodate as many other key players into the council so that you have that 17 or even 19, just to make sure that you include. Other individuals or that you would want to bring who are experts in the field are going to come in at the operational level when the council is up and running through its operational structure, right? And the bill cannot talk to all those details, but is to give guidance on how council is going to run its affairs. Further, Chairperson, the council is not an implementer, and we need to appreciate that. It's going to be a coordinating structure, coordinating the efforts of every single South African who is playing their part in ridding this society, this country, of gender-based violence and femicide. And maybe, for an example, we can give an example of how we envisage this council operating. So if you have a council that has got 15 or 17 members and has got an operational staff led by a CEO who then has to put together systems and processes to run the affairs and to ensure that the NSP is as currently formulated and currently we execute that responsibility through the office of the CEO and the team that would have been employed to run the affairs of council. What council does is to ensure that the interventions put in place, whether it's on prevention, whether it's on care and support, or whether it's on economic power, or whether it's on research and data development, that work gets done, and it is done by those who, one, are mentioned as the target groups that must do that work as government departments. But secondly, to look at, because Chairperson and members of the committee, you know that almost everyone in this country is trying their best to do what they can with the resources that they have to address gender-based violence and femicide in this country. However, we cannot put our hands and fingers on it and appreciate the impact and the efforts that are put in place. And if you do have a coordinating structure, that assists you to actually establish whether you are making the impact that you are supposed to make. You also then deal with the questions of disaggregated data, because now for the first time, you are able to guide the South African Police Service. You are able to guide the NPA. You are able to guide researchers wherever they are to look at gender-based violence and use disaggregated data so that you are able to intervene correctly, because now we will be able to tell exactly how many LGBTQI community members or individuals are affected by gender-based by gender violence and femicide. How many transgender women are affected? How many women in the rural area are affected? How many professional women are affected? And once we start to do that work and drill down, you will be able to have appropriate interventions to arrest the scourge. And lastly, Chairperson, what we have also put into our written submission, that it will be important for this bill to have a preamble, because the preamble grounds this bill, and for us to understand why gender-based violence and femicide is important and why we call it gender-based violence and in the first place. You have had presentation and submissions from other individuals this morning who have made very interesting remarks around feminism, around the role of men and all of that. And if we do not have a preamble that situates gender-based violence correctly, then we are going to have the remarks that we have had this morning. So it's important for us that to have that preamble that talks to why patriarchy, why the default is always men in almost everything that we do, and why we find that the majority of those affected by gender-based violence and femicide in this country are women in the majority. And it doesn't take away the fact that there are men, there are young boys that are also victims of gender-based violence. And in fact, when we talk gender, we need to understand why we say gender in the first place, because it's not about sexuality. It's not about your gender your sexual orientation. It's about the fact that the majority of individuals who are affected by violence and femicide in this country happen to be women, precisely because of the position that they occupy in society, because of socialization, because of patriarchy and toxic masculinity. That leads to the concentration and the emphasis being placed on women. And so we need to locate this correctly so that we don't misdiagnose or our interventions are wrongly understood. So, Chairperson, our position is that the committee is on the right track. They have to speed up the process of establishing this bill. And maybe just quickly to touch on a number or 2 points really that around the tagging of the bill. If all of us believe that the bill, and because gender-based violence is a societal problem, it's not a government problem, it's not an individual problem, it's not an NGO or civil society problem, it's a societal problem, then it requires that almost every single individual in this process, when I refer to individuals, I'm saying National Assembly together with the NCOP must be seized with the bill and understand the implications of this bill. Remember, the NSP was meant to have been all known by South Africans, all of us knowing and understanding the contents of the NSP. And maybe the tagging of the bill will assist us, as Section 76 will assist us in the provinces having a better understanding and appreciation and being able to marshal efforts and resources in their respective provinces for this work to be done. Our position is very clear. We're not going to advocate for this structure to be replicated in the provinces, because that's a cost that we are not willing to support. It's how we are going to coordinate it at an operational level to ensure that provinces and local government find their way to be able to execute on their responsibilities. So in a nutshell, Chair, our position is very clear. This bill must be processed, and the involvement of civil society and the entire country must be the first prize. So we welcome the opportunity to be invited once the committee is processing the bill, and will be supportive in ensuring that eventually it gets passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate, on behalf of Wise for Africa and Masimanyane International. I think we must appreciate your presentation and also the written submissions that you have made that we are to further engage with as a portfolio committee. Honorable members, do you wish to ask any questions? Okay, none. I think your presentation was quite clear. And as I said, that we will further engage when the time arises with your written submission. Thank you very much for taking your time off together with your organization to make the submissions. We greatly appreciate it. We will then, honorable members, move to the next presentation, which you'll receive from Action Society, Mr. Cameron. In fact, it's not 15 minutes that you have to present. You have 10 minutes, and then members will have the remaining 5 to ask questions. We'll hand over to you. Welcome and thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think 10 minutes is more than enough. Thank you everyone for the opportunity. I'm just joining now. I would just like to share my screen. So just give me a second, please. Just as background, before I start, we have done a formal written submission that was already given to the portfolio committee. Interestingly enough, when we came to hear of this at first, we actually welcomed it. And then after that, we opposed it. And then I was confused. So I thought it's a good opportunity to come here today to give clarity. And it's not so much that we are opposed to the idea, but I wanted to come share some of the concerns we have. And I did it in a different way than a traditional presentation. I'm going to show you why now. Before I start, I want to remind you as a foundation, I know we've heard a lot about GBVF, but I want to just refresh everyone's memory about where we are at in South Africa at the moment. So we face 11 women, 3 children murdered per day. It's almost 4,000 women or more murdered per year. It's over 1,000 children murdered per year. 15 women and 4 children survive attempted murder every day. This is according to the last quarterly stats that we received from the police. More than 120 rape cases reported per day. That's 5 per hour, 1 every 12 minutes. And it's likely, according to us and what we heard from the Institute for Security Studies not long ago, that the vast majority of rape incidents aren't reported. And so that's a very conservative figure. Conviction rates, all-time low. It's lower than 3% for rape specifically. And this is from when the case is open to where it actually leads to possible conviction. And then conviction rates in general with regards to GBVF is lower than 8%. There's a massive increase on child murders, especially since 2021. That's just for background information. Before I share the 4 specific victims that I want to speak of regarding the concerns for the bill, I want to share what the specific concerns are. And the detail of this is in the submission that we sent, so you will see it there. Firstly, we question the bill's effectiveness in addressing the root cause of GBV. Now, I think the previous speaker identified many of those, and I think it's actually a discussion for an entire day that we can discuss root causes. It's something that really is a very, very broad topic. And it's something that one can't define in one sentence. We also question the transparency, accountability, and competency in the council, not so much because we think the council as such is a bad idea, but to make sure that it's not just another body that is a speaking platform, a talk show or talk shop. So far from what we've read, it lacks a clear mandate or mechanism to address corruption and the inefficiencies like the DNA backlog, forensics, etc. in SAPS. And you'll see why I'm getting to SAPS in the Department of Justice now. But it lacks a clear mandate and mechanism in terms of the Department of Justice, as well as social development and holding them to account. And then the clear mandate or mechanism to increase convictions and preventative measures. So in other words, it lacks that clear, let's say, the teeth that it would need to really give a bite to hurt the offenders that commit these heinous offenses. The question that we have, and I'm going to use the examples now, is why yet another body when the existing ones don't function? So we're not saying there shouldn't necessarily be another body. But the example I want to use is one of the examples is the example of Sipokazi Boy. She was murdered 2021, Paul Mbekweni, just outside or in the Western Cape. Now, if the police doesn't function properly and there's no oversight that keeps them accountable on ground level and right to the top, then we can't help people like Sipokazi. Why do I say this? Well, she was beaten into hospital less than a month before she was murdered by the same perpetrator. The police never opposed bail. So he was let out on bail. She left hospital, and then he kicked her to death, dismembered her, burnt her in a bin. And that was that. And to me, it feels in these cases, and it might be something that such a council can address, but that a perpetrator like that actually has more rights after the fact than what she did. Because Sipokazi didn't get a second chance. But now every time we get to court, because we're representing her family to do oversight on the case, every time we get to court, Rasta, the perpetrator, as she called him, has a new hairstyle and new legal counsel, but she doesn't get a second chance. So what we're saying is, if we can't keep police accountable on ground level to make sure that bail is opposed, then we're not necessarily going to save the life. And the question that I have is, how are we going to make sure that such a council has the responsibility, or rather the mandate, to be able to do that? Leads me to the next question. Could the council enhance the skills and the resource shortages that we see in our different departments, or rather offices of different justice affairs, whether it's the police, Department of Justice, Correctional Services, etc.? This is Liesel de Jager. It's now 600 days since she was murdered. She was a reverend or a pastor in KZN. Up until today, she's already been cremated, but they haven't completed the post-mortem report yet. So something I would propose with regards to a body like this council is to say, not only is there oversight, but the cops and whoever else is involved in the investigation and the follow-up of such a case should be able to come and report to such a council. And I want to put it bluntly, they should be able to fire and hire. It should literally be that simple. So if the council does come to existence, then that's the way we need to stop these things from happening. Examples, if we've got detectives that really do focus on GBV, then it shouldn't be a detective that has 300 dockets on his or her tables, because at the moment, detectives in general have an average of over 300 dockets per detective. It's physically impossible. I heard with the crime statistics released, the minister said that there's a decrease in rape because of uniform members out on the streets. Uniform members play absolutely zero role in combating rape. It's one of the most underreported crimes, and it's got nothing to do with uniformed police members. The other suggestions that we make that such a council could influence is really resourcing GBV desks, making sure that they work, that they're not just storerooms in police stations as they are currently, or making sure police stations have one-way glass, because at the moment, sometimes victims have to go to identification parades and have to face the perpetrator directly. Rape kit shortages, and several others. The next one I want to mention, it's the last two cases, and I'm actually going to conclude just after this slide, is will the council have the power to step in and resolve something like the DNA and forensic analysis crisis? Now, there are many more examples like this, but the reason I use this one is because Chantal Mokoena, it's the little girl you see on the left-hand side. I'll explain the one on the top right just now, the coffin. One on the left, Chantal Mokoena, Rocklands, Eastern Cape. And she was very brutally murdered, raped, dismembered, dumped in a pit toilet. It took almost 2 years for the DNA to be processed. During that time, because the police didn't act regarding the DNA processing, the perpetrator raped another 50-year-old lady. And again, because there was no accountability, it was kind of perceived as being okay. And I say this is an absolute atrocity because it wasn't a difficult arrest. This was basic DNA analysis. It's the same with Liesel de Jager, same with Sipokazi Boy. Bokabo Poe's parents in the East Rand in Gauteng couldn't bury her because they couldn't receive all the body parts back. Same with Cleo Diko in Cape Town a few months ago, and the list goes on. You look at someone like Mia Botha, and you hear the minister and others say that the DNA backlog is solved. It's not. Mia was murdered last year between August and September, and up until today, we still don't have results regarding DNA. So again, like Chantal Mokoena, and you see in the top right photo, the coffin of Mia Botha and her father standing behind the coffin, she is not going to see justice anytime soon because, again, the delay is there and there is zero form of accountability. So I'm hoping that if such a council does come into play, that it really can mean that certain, let's call them leaders or heads of departments or commissioners need to come and answer and really do need to be grilled for the fact that they are letting down those families and those victims. This is the last one. This man's name is Tebogo Sepale. He's a councillor, Northwest, Matlosana municipality. He was arrested just over a month ago for raping teenage boys. Up until today, he is still on the payroll of the Matlosana municipality. We confirmed this last week. He was previously charged for murder, and the public were told that the case was provisionally withdrawn because of DNA reports that were outstanding. But we were able to confirm that the docket was actually stolen from court in 2021, the murder docket. Again, I come to this council. Hopefully a council like this could prevent someone like this that openly does what he does. It was posted all over social media to continue doing what he had done. And it could likely have been prevented had the necessary action been taken in the beginning. We asked the police whether they followed up and reconstructed the docket that went missing or that actually was stolen. And there's just absolutely no answer. As I said, he's still on the Matlasana payroll, despite the fact that he has openly been seen doing what he does. I say these things because I want to plead with you that we need to find a body that actually works to find justice for these victims. All of the other opinions we have are things we can debate all day long, but the people I showed now have been severely neglected, like thousands of others, because they don't get the reaction that they should get or the preventative measures to stop what is done. In conclusion, if the bill is passed, I think we need to ensure that it's a bill of action, a council of action. It's not just talk. We have so many councils and commissions, but nothing much really changes on the ground. For it to work, it must have a mandate to execute specific preventative and reactive GBV combating tasks, whether it's making sure that GBV desks function properly at police stations and more, but there must be some kind of an executing mandate. Ministers need to be able to come and sit in front of a council such as this, and they have to report back on what the progress is. We say that there should be an integrated approach, and I like that about the bill, the fact that it says different departments, etc., need to be included. I feel very strongly about the fact that social development, police, and Department of Justice should be equally involved in forming an integrated strategy. Remember, I'm speaking mostly from a law enforcement point of view or criminal justice point of view, but I think those three departments play a crucial role in this. And then lastly, it must include segments of civil society in the private sector, but I think we've heard that today, and I think it's very clear why. And then if it's not a bill of action, it becomes a talk shop. And we can sit all day long and we can speak about these things and the reasons and the root causes, but again, we're going to see the same photos in a year's time, with more victims that haven't seen justice. So I want to conclude with that. I will gladly share the submission again if need be. I just wanted to clarify that it's not that we're completely opposed to it. We would rather like it to really be a body that makes sufficient impact to truly make an impact on ground level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron, on behalf of Action Society. And as you have mentioned that you have sent formal written submissions, we do hope that within the written submissions that you have submitted, you do have specifics around the sections that you feel that the bill can be crafted to make it more responsive to the cases that or maybe to many cases, some of which you've raised in the presentation that you have given us. So we must appreciate the presentation that you have presented and also the written submissions that we are also yet to engage with.
Thank you very much.
But we're just hoping for more specifics. Yeah. Right. Honorable members, do you wish to engage with the presentation, Honorable Sharif and Honorable Nomsa? But I must also mention on the virtual platform, there's a message that comes from Nonke, from I think it's call to action. We do note that you are present, Nonke. We will come back to you. We're just hoping that we'll just finish some of the organizations that are physically in the house, but we'll come back to you for your presentation. We've not forgotten you. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Just a comment on what Honorable Masiko said. Oftentimes, and I think this is what's going to make our job so difficult, is how do we ensure that the bill or the council has teeth? Because I agree with you. Having a council that's just going to sift through paperwork and chow through the money, burn through the money, is not going to benefit anybody in this country. But I think the difficult things come in is how do we do that? So what are some of the steps that we can ensure is included in the bill that can be actioned? And I think that's where the bill lacks a lot. And this is one of the reasons why public participation is so important, is so that we can get ideas from many different minds to come up with the best possible bill. So I'm really hoping that in your written submission, it does give us almost step-by-step ideas on how do we make this council have more teeth. In fact, that's one of the biggest arguments is, do we look at as the council as an implementer? Do we look at them as more of a facilitator, coordinator? Because that then determines how much power they actually have. So I just wanted to make sure that we have that information, so it makes it a little bit easier for us to include your submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Mashes.
Thank you, and also thank you for your presentation. I found it to be very interesting because what you have brought on is also something that I've also made an observation on. In terms of, the children that we're seeing more killings of young children. I don't know. That's why I think maybe that's why everybody says, like, would like to know from you, or even not only you, but also from member of the public, because we have institutions that are already set and they are specifically supposed to be looking at gender-based violence, but we are failing. Definitely, we're failing. Millions have been spent by the taxpayers, but yet we are just unable to reduce the number of gender-based violence. And now what we are seeing is also a number of children that have been murdered, and you're still talking about since 2021. I just want to find out, would you have an idea what is actually the cause of these killings, and why have you seen such a rise in terms of that? And also you mentioned that when it comes to the help desk, when it comes to the police, that I think is something that many women can attest to, that we don't really see a reaction that is positive when you go and report gender-based violence. It is seen as a nuisance by the police and whoever they're supposed to look after it. But I just want to find out from you, I don't know if you might have, this is just a discussion, that is it possible that maybe we can even consider to have a specialized police that can just be the ones that are responsible for gender-based violence? Because, to hear that the president is saying that gender-based violence is a pandemic, and yet you're actually not seeing actions that come with that kind of statement, it's a little bit worrisome. Because to say something is a pandemic, I mean, if the president said COVID is a pandemic and then it just disappeared, and we didn't know, can you imagine where we would have been? So a lot of things were put in place to ensure that we deal with this pandemic, the pandemic of COVID, as soon as we could. And this is where we are today. But yet you have the pandemic of gender-based violence, and you're really not seeing the kind of action that you would expect if you have declared as a president that we are having a pandemic as a state. So I just want to find out from you, it's more specialized, because I believe that our police are really not well, they're actually, the interest is not there. Also, I don't think that they have the kind of knowledge or the expertise to be able to deal with this kind of sketch.
Thank you very much. I think it's actually a fantastic range of questions to summarize quite a bit of it. If you don't mind, I'm going to start with the latter regarding the child protection units, or FCS rather. They are severely under-resourced in the police. In fact, we've come to a point, and there's a specific reason my colleague Kaylin Palm is sitting next to me, because herself and her team literally monitor these cases in court and support the detectives that need the help because they've got too much work. And I can tell you now that some of the detectives even ask us for paint, literally just for paint for the inside of the offices that they work in, that it's a more comfortable space for the victims that need to go to those stations. Something that simple. Station like Gugulethu, I was there the other day, they literally don't have light bulbs in parts of the station. So now imagine you're a victim that needs to go there and you're not actually even able to find your way at night, and the generator doesn't have fuel. And so the list goes on. The point I'm trying to make is that I think, and possibly such a council could help, but otherwise I think money could be spent to really make sure we have specialized detectives. South Africa is known for having vast and rich knowledge on combating these types of crimes. There's no reason for it not to function properly apart from poor leadership. So I think it's rather a budgeting exercise and making sure that and I don't want to say boots on the ground because it's often an abused term. You immediately picture 1,000 uniformed members, but that there are specialized members that are able to tackle this. As well, I think there needs to be far more emphasis on specialized female members that can tackle this, because what we often realize is that if, say, for example, I show up on a scene where a child was, a little girl was raped and killed, or a rape survivor is on that scene, the last person in most cases that lady would like to see is another man, to make sure that a member has the relevant training and compassion to be able to approach that victim and be able to accommodate them, in a suited way. So that's the first thing. I think there are existing bodies that need to function properly. Secondly, in terms of why the increase, we saw a severe increase, let's say after 50% through of the pandemic, the COVID side of it. I want to comment on what the president said as well now, but there was a significant increase. And I think the reason was actually quite simple. I think the socioeconomic crisis and social issues that is so incredibly vast in South Africa and so serious just caused for these, especially children, to be stuck between four walls. And where do they go and play? Kaylin and I visited Alex the other day in Joburg for a specific murder case of a male victim. It's a long story, but where his two little girls were playing while we were speaking to their mother, it was abundantly clear that the world that they grow up in is a 4 by 4 meter space outside the shack. So it is logical that they would be exposed to more violence. Now you add poverty, you add load shedding, you add many other social issues, and it just piles up. And I think it's a ticking time bomb, but I think the bomb has started exploding already. And I think that's why we're seeing this increase. What bothers me, though, is that 2, 3, 4 years ago, we saw an urgency to solve child-related matters. That seems to be missing. Mia Buerta's case is 4 years old. Bukabo Po, also 4 years old. Chantal Makwena, also 4 years old. Siobhan Rush, also 4 years old. I don't know why all 4 years old, but with all of their cases, it just seemed like there's no urgency. You know what the police did with Mia's case? The next day, when we were speaking to her mother, when we started with the oversight process, the police sent public order policing to patrol the streets because they were scared that the community would start protesting. Now I'm saying, why aren't you kicking down doors to find the murderer? But now you're pretending that, or you're making the community feel like criminals. It shouldn't be that way around. Make them your allies to combat the issue. Nevertheless, so I think there's a policing approach. And I often think it's because of desperation. I think the police are totally under-resourced and overworked. It cannot function properly. And then lastly, regarding the president's comments, to be honest, I'm disgusted by it. I think it's lip service. I don't think the president means it's a pandemic, because if you put the same energy into that he did with COVID, we would have a very different situation and a very different discussion today. And we'd be seeing the impact that the police, the Department of Justice, etc., could be making. And then I think the last comment that adds to that is the functioning of courts. Do you know how many cases we get to at court, our team in Gauteng and here in the Western Cape get to, and then cases postponed because of load shedding, or cases postponed because someone didn't show up, or cases postponed, guess what, because the translator wasn't paid. In Stellenbosch now, translators don't get paid, and therefore cases or suspects get free bail. They walk. They've been in custody for over 2 years, but now they walk because the translator wasn't paid. So it's simple little things like this And I can go on with lists on end. The point is just, I'm trying to color in where I think this council could play a substantial role in ensuring that a specialized unit like FCS does function properly. I would even go as far as challenging such a council to have its own unit, because then there's a matter of healthy competition and keeping each other accountable. It's never a healthy principle to only have one law enforcement body for everything, because then the one can't keep the other accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and for your presentation. And then you can stay and listen to other presentations, but I can see you're from Gauteng. So are you flying out, or it's the...
No, Madam Chair, we actually have a court matter in Drakenstein that we need to go to. So if it's okay, please excuse us, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. And then we'll call Dr. F. Vilagazi, Gender Equity Unit, Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if you can hear my voice. Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear my voice? Thank you so much. I'm just going to try and log in. I would like to present on the screen. If I may ask just for a few minutes to log in, Chair. Whilst I do that, I would like to appreciate the opportunity that the University of the Western Cape Gender Equity Unit has been given to speak in our own voice. All protocol observed in the room, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, fellow activists online and in communities. Our submission, Chair, emanates from our mandate as the Gender Equity Unit of the University of the Western Cape, which is a mandate that I'm going to share with all of us very quickly. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the beginning of the slide. Okay, here we go. So, Chairperson, the Gender Equity Unit, I'm not sure what's happening with the slide. If you can help me, please, Nelisa. Something is not working well. Okay, here you go. Okay, that's fantastic. So the Gender Equity Unit of the University of the Western Cape is an organization which is part of the university. And our programs are really geared towards making sure that no one is discriminated against, harassed, or hurt on the grounds of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and we facilitate programs in that regard. We promote women, gender equity, and social justice through feminist research, education, advocacy as part of the university, but we also work with the broader communities. outside of the university and on the public domain. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we locate ourselves as a leading gender equity unit that is recognized for its feminist intellectual activism and capacitating societies towards ensuring that there's equity in all spheres of our lives, from the space of academia. Our aim is really, I'm not going to read all of them, but to ensure that women and gender equity in all spheres of life are promoted, social justice and human rights. We enhance students' experience in our university to facilitate successfully through raising awareness and education, but we also do that with staff to equip the entire University of the Western Cape community and broad communities to become informed, conscious and active citizens with regards to issues of women, issues of gender and sexuality. And of course, we conduct relevant research in this regard to advance thought leadership and influence. Our aim as a university, as a gender equity unit in particular, is to ensure that women's and gender equity in all spheres of life are promoted. Chair, this I've already shared. I'm going to skip at the interest of time. What we really do as our business is to promote equity, is to foster social inclusion, which we believe are at the center of this bill, to facilitate transformation within the university community, but also broadly. Which is why we have an interest in this bill, Chair. The Gender Equity Unit welcomes the draft bill. Firstly, because it seeks to establish the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide as a very, very good initiative that will assist the effective implementation of NSP, GBVF, which have been a part of as Vision 2030, which is really geared towards eradication of GBVF in society, as indicated and adopted by the President in 2019, really in the Republic. We must say, Chair, honorable members, that this is one of the very few initiatives in the country, in South Africa, where we see this level of commitment in relation to our first citizen of the country. And we also note that this bill will have direct effect to the Department of Higher Education and Training, which is where our work is located as the Gender Equity Unit of the University of the Western Cape. Honorable members would know that DHED had developed a framework that is linked to the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This framework seeks to ensure that NSP is implemented within our universities. Gender-based violence is eradicated within our universities. Now we are aware, as the University of the Western Cape Gender Equity Unit, that the university has a mandate, Honorable Chair, to feed into the Department of Higher Education and Training gender-based violence and femicide policy, given our mandate as an institution of higher learning and teaching, excuse me, is aligned to that of DHED. Honorable Chair, in view of this, we also note and we know that the gender equity, which we represent today, and its strategy has got a responsibility to locate and assist this university of ours and many others that we work with to fulfill this broader mandate. To DHED by linking our institutional operational plan, which we have of 2025, into this work of council, into the work of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. We are very aware, Honorable Chair, as indicated, that we have been involved of the announcement that was made by the minister, in reference to DHED, which developed this framework that we are making reference to in 2020. Which is a policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system, which the University of the Western Cape is a part of. The policy framework intends to assist the post-school education and training institutions, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to address the occurrences of GBVF in our universities and to provide a monitoring instrument to the department to assess the implementation. And the policy framework, as we all know, fellow South Africans and honorable members and honorable Chair,
conceptualizes GBVF and defines its manifestations in terms of existing laws and policies, as some of the presentations have already alluded. It details the international and national regulatory framework compelling institutional and departmental responses to GBVF, institutions like our own, provide guidance around the structures, mechanisms, and processes that the post-school education and training institutions must put in place to address GBVF. And it compels our institutions to both create awareness of GBV-related policies and prevent incidences, therefore, around GBVF. So it's a framework that sets out really the work of oversight, Honorable Chair, of the Department of Higher Education and Training, but also for post-school education sector institutions. And we firmly believe that this work is important. So the framework then is a direct response to what other members in this public hearing have been mentioning. Direct response to the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide that was adopted. So the Gender Equity Unit of the University of the Western Cape, Honorable Chair, participates directly in the work of the NSP-GBVF through its pillars in order to fulfill this mandate, to ensure that gender equity and GBVF really are eradicated and that our universities is a gender-based violence-free zone like many others. And the university community has been encouraged to participate in these processes, Honorable Chair. The context of GBVF and gender equity within universities is something that troubles us, and it brings us into this conversation to say, why is this bill important and why we are calling for what we are calling for today? Umdleleni 2021 explains to us that data from the Council for Higher Education in 2017 shows that of the 3,040 honorable members, senior managers in higher education, only 44.76% are females. Now that is a troubling statistic. Female academics form 29% of professors, 41% of associate professors, and 46% of senior lecturers by 2017. However, at the level of lecturers and junior lecturers, the majority are women at that time. And this data also highlights fundamental issues. It shows that although women make up the mainstream of staff, their representation at executive levels remain relatively truncated, Honorable Chair. This is something that troubles us at the gender equity of the University of the Western Cape because it really speaks about issues of what we name as gender-based violence. Recently, honorable members and Honorable Chair and fellow activists, the Mail and Guardian published almost a similar statistic, results which show disparities between people of varied genders within our universities when it comes to holding positions of influence, where we see that out of the 26 universities that we have in South Africa, less than 5 women, as we speak, Honorable Chair, occupy positions of being vice chancellors. This is a statistic that is troubling us, Honorable Chair. I won't read all of it here. At the interest of time, we've presented this detail. Suffice to say that the work of the council becomes key in this regard. In addition to this, we have seen recently heightened gender-based violence and femicide within universities, where students are subjected to extreme situations of sexual harassment, sexual assault, rape, hate crimes, even murder. In our institutions, Honorable Chair, staff within universities are not immune to these circumstances, either where we have seen academics being victimized and violated by students and by other staff members on the grounds of gender and sexuality. This is troubling, Honorable Chair, honorable members. This remains a huge problem. Heightened conservatism on the grounds of culture, tradition, religion, and socialization, amongst others, continue to act as barriers of freedom and autonomy, even amongst progressive voices and spaces within our universities and on the public domain. In 2022, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and civil society organizations, an engineering student was allegedly murdered by a male student at the Mangosuthu University of Technology. Whilst a similar incident happened in 2021, where a boyfriend confessed to killing her 23-year girlfriend at Fort Hare University. There are many other incidences of students that are being raped and murdered, including Uyinene Mkhotjan of UCT in 2019, and recently at UWC, the killing of an accounting student, Ukam Vatasi, in Pela, during an armed robbery. Similar incidences were reported by students at our university in 2022. So this is a recurring challenge for many, many universities. Other cases remain a challenge, Honorable Chairperson, are those that are related to sexual harassment, sexual assault, which continue to be a problem within universities, even UWC spaces, particularly among staff and for students. So issues of employment equity remain a challenge when we're talking about the statistics. Issues of gender remain a challenge also when it talks about gender equity in relation to institutions of higher learning. We are, as a University of the Western Cape Gender Equity Unit, working on a gender equity policy to fit into the mandate of NSP GBVF to ensure that when this council is put into place, Honorable Chair, it finds an environment that is already working on these issues. We are also working with other universities in this regard. We therefore wish to humbly convey to the committee, to honorable members, that the post-school education institutions have not adequately engaged with the bill and will require enough time to do so on the basis of the brief that I've just shared, and therefore suggest that the bill be revised to enable this process of consultation to take place within and amongst the 26 universities of South Africa that we are. We belong to a community of practice that focuses on gender-based violence and femicide in all 26 universities. We will be having a conference in the next couple of days, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. This bill is on the agenda of that conference. We would like to engage with this bill and we request more time to be able to do that. And other stakeholders within civil society. We are therefore troubled by the fact that this bill has not been placed under Section 76. The tagging of the bill remains a problem for us in terms of the Constitution, which enables the National Council of Provinces to ensure adequate participation at provincial level by various stakeholders, and it thereby limits effective engagement and public participation on this very important bill, including participation by universities in the different provinces and post-school education sector in general. Honorable leadership, our view is that the draft bill as it stands be revised and placed under Section 76, as already have been mentioned by other members, to enable adequate engagement at provincial level as a way to broaden public engagement and participation. We also support the report that was developed by the Commission for Gender Equality during its stakeholder consultation that was held on the 15th of May, 2023, which we were a part of. We concur with the sentiments that were raised by ourselves and various stakeholders at that consultation meeting in relation to this bill. The report, Honorable Chair, has been shared by email. Lastly, we recommend the inclusion of the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Basic Education as a stakeholder in this bill under Section 6. For reason, Honorable Chair, as I wrap up, that have been mentioned. As I close, we will remember that, honorable members, the statistics that were issued by the South African Police Services recently reveal that more than 70% of our students in schools, by the time they enter universities or post-school education sector, they would have been raped. This is the statistics of the recent Q4 of 2022-2023. So we have a problem. GBVF is a pandemic, as indicated by the president, and we want to rise to be a part of this conversation, to be a part of change as universities of South Africa. We request that this bill be opened up again, Honorable Chair. We thank you.
Dr. Villagas, why is it important that this bill should be put as under Section 76? And are you saying you were not invited by the Department of Women when they were doing public hearings?
Siyathokoza, Honorable Chairperson, as indicated in the presentation, unless really I was not aware of it, we have not been invited. Chairperson, we were not part of the consultations around the bill, and I think we concur with the emotions and sentiments raised by Upinki Mgobozi, because we work with Upinki Mgobozi a lot, and Umama Advocate Brenda Matumise and many others. Honorable Chairperson, if that consultation happened, we did not see it. We would also like to see perhaps a register or a list of people that were consulted, organizations that were consulted, so that we can engage with this. However, we were not in the room, and we would like to be in the room because we have been doing this work for many, many years. The work that we now call the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide has been informed by many of the activists who were not in that room over the years on the pavements of this South African society. And we firmly believe in this work. We really want to see the implementation of this work, and the work of this council is very, very key to that effect. We were in the room, Honorable Chairperson, suggesting that we need a legislative process to develop this council. And we were hoping that when that legislative process occurs, that we will be in the room to be able to inform the functioning of the council to ensure that it speaks to the effective implementation of NSP GBVF. So in short, Honorable Chair, we were not invited, and we think that Section 76 is different from Section 75 of the Constitution in that fellow South Africans will remember, Section 75 provides that bills that are presented and tagged as 75 have limitations of engagement by citizens within provinces. But once you tag a bill as a Section 76 bill, then you open up to ensure that the National Council of Provinces enables effective public participation at the level of provinces, especially because we are dealing with a pandemic in the country that is called gender-based violence and femicide, which requires voices of all citizens of this country who are placed in the different provinces. And I think it is for that reason that we are saying, Honorable Chairperson, as we speak, women and children, LGBTIQ people, South African citizens are dying on the grounds of gender and sexuality. It is important that a voice that will feed the functioning of this council is informed by people within provinces and on the ground. Within universities, I can assure you now, Honorable Chairperson, because we sit as the Gender Equity Unit within a community of practice of gender-based violence and femicide within our universities. No one knows about this process. No one was consulted, and we would love to be consulted because we do not want to be said that we did not input. We do a lot of research in this regard. We have statistics, we've got evidence of these issues that can inform the work of council in the world of academia. So it is in that regard that we humbly request that we be included, Honorable Chair.
Don't you think by virtue of us as the portfolio committee having advertised the bill for public participation, is it not part of public participation? Because what's stopping you from making your inputs in the portfolio committee? Because one of the reasons that we have invited you is precisely because we want you to make your inputs. Even if the department, let's assume the department, when they call the public hearings, you were not invited. But here we are as the portfolio committee. We have advertised it for more than 30 days, and we have invited you to come and make your oral representation. Is it not enough that you may call it public participation? Because now it's with us. And here you are, we have invited you. Even if you can say to us, as the portfolio committee today, okay, Chair, we want to make some more inputs. Tina will give you, because you are requesting us as the portfolio committee to make, to strengthen your document, to put in things that you did not present today. Because, I mean, you will say due to time constraints, you were not able to present everything else. But we can also extend our time and give you time and make a presentation today or any other day before we go and do our own deliberations. You understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean the department, it is the department only that has to deal with the bill. The part that was supposed to have been dealt with by the department has passed. Now it's us. So we, as the portfolio committee, we are doing it thoroughly, that we invite all the relevant stakeholders, civil society organizations, and when I look at and we look at the list, if those people have interest indeed, why are we not having many numbers of them requesting to come and make oral representation? Why didn't they write submissions to the portfolio committee? Because this is an opportunity that is open to everyone. Yeah, so we want to be convinced as the portfolio committee that our advert ran for more than 30 days. And if people have got interest to participate in it, why didn't they show the interest with us? Yeah, but at least you are here, you are saying, if you are saying to us, Chair, I think because of time constraints, we couldn't present everything that you wanted to present. We don't have a problem. We can still accommodate you. Yeah, yeah, because I want to deal with these perceptions that maybe a public participation process that we're doing now as a portfolio committee, it's not relevant. It's relevant. In fact, it's the one that you are going to concentrate on more at length. Yeah, because it's us now who must refine the document and finalize everything and go and present a report to the House. Yeah. Remember, whatever the department has put before us, it's not a final document, it's a draft. So we are the ones who must finalize it. So you have an opportunity with the portfolio committee. Tina, we won't decline your request. We'll look at our program and say, oh, okay, we are prepared to listen to you, and we'll give you our date. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Should I? Okay.
You want to add on what?
As I'm sitting here, I'm basically thinking of, you know, like, I think the technology has transformed so much that I think Parliament is kind of like, you know, partially transformed. You know, when we talk about, you know, getting information out there, we want to use the conventional ways of doing it, that we know that how Parliament communicate with South Africans. And I think we actually exclude also social media. Social media is, if you want something to spread as widely as it can, that's where we should go. And I think maybe Parliament kind of lacks, you know, to use that platform. And I think maybe we should have maybe, you know, in the future, Chair, just as an advice, maybe Parliament should really, when it comes to bills like this, and especially this kind of a bill which wants people to do the submissions, then I think we should be able to use social media so that people are very much aware that this is happening and this is what people, South Africans, are expected to do. Let's transform, you know, as an institution as well, and utilize all the avenues that we have. And I just also want to just find out, when it comes to you know, you're representing the Western Cape University, what about the other universities? This is just me just trying to figure out, like, you know, in terms of gender-based violence, how, you know, how well conversed are they? I know they are conversed, but I don't know if they have this kind of bodies within the institutions themselves. Because as sitting here, you are representing Western Cape, you're not representing all the other universities, and they all have different issues of gender-based violence. I mean, we know how you know, prevalent gender-based violence is at universities. So they are not represented here. That's also another issue, Chair, that, like, you know, we don't have a body that from universities that can come here and also
try to assist us with this bill.
Chair, I just want to add on what Honorable Machesi said. And I agree with you, Chairperson, as a portfolio committee, it is our responsibility to also do public participation. But I agree that the department, in fact, should have been the one to coordinate university and get their input, to coordinate the health sector, to coordinate social workers, to coordinate all of these different stakeholders. It is the department that was supposed to do this. And then we come as the second process of public participation, where we then go through it with what has been presented by the department. Chairperson, what I'm trying to say is that this bill should have been more inclusive in terms of the voices heard. And the department needs to account for that, Chair. Thank you.
Should I respond?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to appreciate the comments from Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Very, very humbly, they are welcome. I think first and foremost to appreciate this opportunity that we have been invited. I must say that the Gender Equity Unit submitted, and the secretary of the committee made sure that we get the information and that we are here. I'm not sure if it was the same experience with everybody, and so we'd like to appreciate that. However, I think the fact that the bill does not start at the portfolio committee level in terms of the law reform making process of the country, we know that the departments do have a role, and I think that's what we're highlighting here, Chair, that a ball was dropped somewhere. However, we are happy that we have jumped on the wagon now and would like to insist perhaps humbly that the bill be opened up as Section 76, because we'd like to participate at the level of provinces as well. The University of the Western Cape, to answer the second question, Honorable Member, is a part of what you call a community of practice. We call it COP, GBV, which is a stakeholder space for universities, all 26 universities of South Africa. As we speak, I think there's probably only one university that is not a part of the community of practice. I think it's the University of KwaZulu-Natal, but most all of us are there. So when we're going to this conference, we have biannual conferences that we meet where we're discussing this trouble of gender pandemic in our universities.
So
Most
the
of
only
it.
time what you learned about the bill, it's when we advertise it.
The only time that we learned about the bill is because we are part of, the NGBVF collective. So we got to know about it. But in terms of submissions and in terms of opening it up for engagement, honestly, this is the only opportunity that we got to hear about that we can submit at the National Council of the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. I think if we did know at the level of the department, we probably would have also submitted at that level as well. And Chairperson, we would like more time. We do have information and more, another opportunity to engage and share more content in this regard in terms of what is the status quo in our universities and some of the suggestions as well, because we're not just a lamenting bunch of people as academics. As we know, our role in society is that of developing knowledge, contributing towards research, contributing towards evidence-based interventions. And we believe that the work of the council has got to be informed by such, and we can happily contribute to that work. In terms of the kinds of structures like this in other universities, yes, they exist. We work with the University of Pretoria has got a Center for Gender, HIV, AIDS, and Sexuality. And then other universities, they call them sort of transformation offices, and others call them inclusion and diversity units. So they have different language, but the mandate of it also includes gender work. But generally, the work of transformation, where you are looking at the intersections of the violences that occur on the grounds of gender, race, class, and so on. So all of the universities do have, I know the University of KwaZulu-Natal does not necessarily have a thing like that, but there is a gender desk that I'm aware of within the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. But generally, the community of practice is largely a coming together of university employees, activists, academics and researchers who are concerned about this pandemic in all spheres of university life. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vilakazi. Honorable members will have to adjourn. And then we must go to the House. I was looking at the speakers, so we'll have to walk now. Our apologies to our guests. They on the visual platform. We'll have to go to the House now. We'll come back after we've presented our 2 reports. Thank you very much. Let's go. Yeah, Pascal.